Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Whatever you re-sign on, I'll reach you again. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me know if you can hear me now. Chat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Commerce, California. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Hello. Oh, are you at the site? Oh, okay. Yes. Are you trying this? Yeah, the one. Let's see. Room. Everything's over there. Oh, everything's going good. She said that it sounded a little thing echoing, and it's something like that's the hour. It's totally like this.
Right.
There's, I mean,
We do that.
yeah, that's.
Shut off. For me, like, I didn't do anything. Or- What goes to sit up?
This is one of those things, so. Yeah, you audio check, share one, will does.
Yeah, let's have a big enough table this time.
Yeah.
We're not all crowded. Is the Wi-Fi been more reliable today?
I talked to the guy, and he said that, he thinks the problem is that their router is a little too far away, so he said, check it for me.
Yeah, but we can't have unreliable Wi-Fi.
He said, I think I don't know.
Okay, good. I'm watching that.
Right, so why don't you, maybe go to Dave's specific interest? Fortunately, she doesn't have a microphone thing, so it's all typing all the time.
It's just a big room for what we have to do, and that's the thing, is even if we had normal microphones, I don't know if it'd be great either, because I can just hear the echo.
Yeah. Yeah, so just talk a bit.
I don't know what to say. I'm still looking at them. Testing. Hello, Owls. I see you are both looking at me right now. Oh, what? Chair Mark's gonna think of like staring at him. Yeah, they can be gained by them.
It's a little intimidating.
It can be a little different. It's like, whoa, what do I need to do? And I'm glad to see that there's a microphone and speaker setup too. We tested that out.
What's that?
Microphone and speaker setup.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
That's.
And so, yeah, so we have any public comment, we'll go through the screen and everything too.
Yeah.
Awesome. I keep testing. Talking.
Yeah. You have WebEx.
Do not. Should I? You think?
You need somebody to get on to test to see if they're recording.
And I have my laptop too. Should I just bring that out?
That might be.
Okay. Yeah. I actually remember putting my charging cords. That's one of my notorious things of going to work meetings, getting my charger. So I'm usually just keep it at home.
It'll be after Tim Curry.
Yes.
Spike buses next door.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you actually see it yesterday?
What?
Did you see it or?
No, yeah, apparently that strokes months ago, so he.
Oh, that's right, it's been more police.
Leaves. You see something.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, does her say he's like a nice guy or anything like that?
I think he felt very limited.
That's so cool though. Where's your cousin live?
North Hollywood.
Oh, okay. Did you have a good visit?
You did?
Might be able to do that.
Yeah.
Those are completely things I have to work this time. Nice to see. Neat. ETI events, Wi-Fi, right?
What's that?
It's ETI events, I believe. Okay.
Yeah. Are you hearing on the WebEx computer? Can you tell?
I can, but it's a little awkward because I'm getting feedback from me.
But you think you can hear it from your teams?
It seems to be, yes.
Okay. You could have someone else. Log on.
Right. I am noticing though, it's going between you and I on the owl, so that's good.
Right. On your teams, is the banner, the words on the banner, the way they should be, or are they backwards?
And they're the way they're supposed to be.
On mine are backwards. For some reason, one time that it's sort where it goes through.
I've noticed that sometimes when you're in Teams, even like my background will show this the reverse of that everyone sees it normal. Who's supposed to be checking about the Wi-Fi?
It's here. It's not live again.
So I wanted to read that was also on the later. Okay, I know there's a picture is actually not great.
Arrows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what, I don't know if we want to move them at all, or if that's probably gonna be the best spot for them.
It's not as good as it gets.
Okay. Figure out.
Because you could, like, if you move it closer that way, those people would be clearer and less.
Yeah, that's a
They
big
kind
point.
of sense. We could move it a little more this way, although they've got some take that at this point.
Right, at this point.
Logging into task, because if I'm logging in a meeting, I don't want to be about me here. Well, you know what I'm saying?
So what are you doing?
I was gonna log on to WebEx here.
Oh,
I think if I did that on myself, oh, he's doing here instead of here. So I don't know.
no, and when we're testing it, that's one thing I can do is I can, bring my laptop and bring that might be control.
Yeah, maybe do that, just to make sure it's not. Doesn't need to be very far. Just need it all the way. All right, let's see if I can hear you.
Okay, I'm now far enough away.
Haven't really needed. Hello, hello. Catherine, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up.
Hello? Can you hear me, David?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with my end, but the thing is, I don't really want to be able to do that.
We want to make sure that the cameras are picking. No, that was the concern. So,
Go.
let's see.
You can just count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, 2, 3.
She says echoing. And that's just the word,
Yeah, there's not, I can hear my echoiness in my voice.
right? So,
That's the thing.
and so I mean, really, the problem is going to be that there's someone who really bubbles, doesn't project,
Right.
and the echoing is just.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do to offset the echo.
Right.
But can't you at least, am I clear enough when I'm talking? Am I clear enough when I'm talking? Is that one thing we can?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Debating move this whole game.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. Because most of the talking is going to be up here. Yes, there's going to be stuff on the sides too,
Yeah.
but.
Let's see what's taped down here.
Yeah.
What's that?
We have to pay.
Sort of limited.
I know. The thing.
Bias.
It looks like we have a little bit of room that, like I said, scooted up a little bit. So like I said, I mean, there's gonna be people who are gonna be talking on the side, but it's not gonna be as, you know, as much.
One over gives a little more leeway.
I think it's gonna make it, I mean, it's gonna be apples to apples. I mean, there's nothing, except there's nothing about that.
Right.
We can at least make it clearer.
Yeah.
I mean, say we don't, we could, that's.
Yeah.
It's one thing, we're not gonna be the one never brought. We're gonna be like, I mean, this one obviously we have that much control over, but
Right.
or the one, we need to make sure it's not clearing, otherwise we're gonna run this whole county.
So we got this.
Cord down there. You need to pick up anything, move anything at the moment?
I think so.
Okay. And we go on.
I think we should kind of move it fairly dramatically that way.
Yeah.
As much as it will.
Right. It's a little line that's up here, which is, yeah, that's the.
And this.
And thankfully, no one's be walking on the center from this pond.
Yeah.
We'll still want to get taped, but
Yeah, we'll need to get one of their
we
people
can
to.
move that down. I already need to fix the Wi-Fi, so when I walk outside, I actually lost Wi-Fi for myself.
Oh my God, he said it was bad.
Do we have a phone number? Do we have, I mean,
I'm sure he will.
is it the same Tim guy that we were emailing with?
It's, yeah, this guy's like a, he's had black eyeglasses.
Yeah, being this much closer, yes, like I said, there's still gonna be echo because of the room, but I think we should be theoretically better.
I think hopefully, yeah, I should look.
Well, I don't think it's that usually.
Well, we want to, this is covered with more people. Right.
Right.
Like.
All right.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's through. You want to put it?
So I know it's reduction of motors. This is starting to make it works. Sit back.
Yes. How do I sound now?
Just kind of 20 or whatever.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The update.
No response.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
What is it? Right, how are you? Good. We are hanging here. You need to go at us. It's not right.
Yes. Here,
Have a spot there.
problem that's over there. It's echoey though.
Huh?
It's echoey though.
Yeah.
So,
And this is our new toy?
yes. Trying to see if we can reduce the echo at least a little bit, but unfortunately, this isn't, like, I'm talking and I can hear the echo right now.
Concrete, you can't get away from it.
No, it's,
I see it.
that's the other high ceiling, so you have concrete and high ceiling, and so echo.
I see a lot of legal issues on this. It's mostly Rebecca. Rebecca's in town.
It is. I know, we've been telling everyone. And then, yeah, I don't know if you heard, Dave gave Rebecca a hard time last night.
No. I was out of earshot. It's very different.
Sounding better over there.
Good news is, this is through the screen. The bad news is anyone who clicks on it can hear it now.
Well, thankfully, we're on the street.
Yeah, this is picking up from there. This is the street.
We're on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good. But maybe we should actually.
Yeah, we shouldn't be on the stream yet. Not for another half hour.
Yeah. March.
What?
Last March, it was like in CSLB room. They shoot them, and I yell, hey.
One thing.
I have one more testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're testing these here live stream right now.
Oh, yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get that starting to run.
Yeah. So like one. No, it's gonna be pretty easy to log in, just whether or not.
Stay on.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, now, hey, Natalie, I'm now in an area where more of the board members will be sitting. The area where my laptop is a little further away. Let me know if the audio sounds okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we want more audio. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, I'm checking.
Hey there.
Thanks again.
Serious about? You did? How would you do that? Your boss.
And I don't think I'll be able to hear. So I'm just gonna start talking.
Has it turned off? Oh, my internet went out, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to, still need to check on that. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was coming back.
You might need to, once we do this file, we'll maybe to remind him. Did I just tell him? Sure, like, okay. So I do that, you get into like a sort of. One thing is that maybe there, now, I've pretty long, and maybe go a little more around.
Here, I'll close your files. Good morning, Catherine. I'm testing the audio for the owls. I'm walking around the room, testing the audio, owls. Seeing if it keeps picking up my voice. I'm testing the audio here in the room in Congress, California for the CSLB board meeting. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing the audio for the board meeting here in Congress, California. Can you hear me?
That's slower, that's slower.
Yeah. Almost, you're getting, you're almost middle age, it's good. You know, the moment.
Six now. Almost thought I was a little late the whole time. There you go. Yeah, it's.
It was good, works good.
Yeah.
You're not having heart surgery, life is good. That's right.
There's
Second grandbaby a couple weeks ago, so I'm actually, I don't play with her. It's fun.
Where there's no other requirements.
Hello, Natalie.
All right, down.
Natalie,
Right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
council. The guy that was running it on the opposite side had the audio for like like a room like this, but has audio, good TV.
So they're getting.
All right, David, we're live?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. The time is 9:02. I call to order the March 14th, 2025 meeting of the Contractors License Board. My name is Michael Mark. I am our CSLB meeting chair. We're going to start off the meeting with a pledge of allegiance. Can I please ask Vice Chair Miguel Galarza to lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galarza. I will now note for the record that Board Member Joel Barton, Board Member Jim Wayne, and Board Member Steve Pinelli have approved absences for today's meeting. Robin, can you please confirm Board Member attendance and call roll?
Michael Mark,
Here.
Joel Barton has an excused absence. Rodney Philbos. Here. Miguel Galarza. Here. Amanda Gaia.
Here.
Alan Guy. Here. Jacob Lopez. Here. Diana Love.
Here.
Henry Nutt.
Here.
Steve Canelli has an excused absence. Joseph Preciado. Here. Jim Ruane has an excused absence. Thomas Ruiz. Here. Mary Tucker.
Here.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. There has been asked, so individuals who are attending online, we're having a little technical difficulties. Can you please make sure you're muting your laptop for the attendants who are online?
And people in the room.
And people in the rooms. We'll give a second. Or is everybody muted? All right. Also joining us at the table is Contractor State License Board staff, the Registrar David Spoke, Special Project Manager Mike Jaminsky, Chief of Licensing Carol Gagnon, Chief of Legislation Rebecca May, Chief of Enforcement Steve Grove, Chief of Public Affairs Catherine White, and Executive Office Analysis Robin Williams. Board Legal Counsel John Ken is also present. And we understand Susan Kilcrease represents the DCA Board and Rural Relations by covering the meeting virtually. With that, let's please move to agenda item B. This is agenda item B is public comment for items not on the agenda and future agenda item requests. The board values public input as part of our consumer protection mission. To allow us enough time to conduct our full scheduled business today, I'm limiting public comment to 3 minutes apiece. If your comments don't involve an item on today's agenda, there will be time where you can make them. If you have comments on one of our agenda items, we encourage you to wait until we get to that item. We'll give you an opportunity to leave your comments at that time. We also ask that your public comments relate to the agenda item currently before the board. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment. And board members are not allowed to act on any item that is not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask us to consider placing that issue on the agenda for a future meeting. Finally, if you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charges pending before the board, we ask that you not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That's because board members may be the judges and by law are not permitted to receive evidence or information that's not part of the administrative record of that case. So with that, do any of the board members have any items for a future agenda? Seeing none, members of the, maybe there could be a potential. So board member Love.
Yes, I would like to put career opportunities on the agenda. You want me to be more specific, say incarcerated?
Is that be for a public affairs committee meeting or a full board meeting?
To the chair.
I know there's a scheduled public affairs committee meeting coming up. Maybe that will be the first time having an agenda for that first, and then you can bring if there is something to bring before the full board, that'd be great. So what I heard was a future agenda item of career opportunities for individuals, particularly incarcerated individuals, for a future public affairs committee agenda. Public affairs agenda committee meeting is not being held and want to bring it before the full board.
Thank you.
Is there any other board member agenda items? Seeing none, is there any comments today from the public? I have one person come up. Please state your name and your organization, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Andrea, and I'm a homeowner. Good morning, CSLB board members. The CSLB's vision is to protect consumers by regulating the construction industry through policies that promote the health, safety, general welfare of the public, and matters relating to construction, including home improvement. That is not what is happening in this case. My name is Andriana, and this is my husband, Victor. We were victims of a heinous contractor scam that resulted in damages close to $1 million. This began almost 3 years ago. Since then, I have dedicated myself to understanding the industry. I've interviewed dozens of professionals, studied licensing law, and reviewed CSLB meeting notes. I'm here today for clarification. Why was I gaslit by my investigator? I was accused of being confused, despite having over 800 pages of evidence, not including previous claims and evidence that had gone missing at the CSLB. I checked every single box requested of me with more proof than anyone could imagine. Yet my contractors received a letter of adoption with clerical errors. I honestly thought I was being punked. I'm not alone. I am aware of at least 4 other victims and at least 1 other outstanding civil lawsuit in addition to mine. This isn't just about one bad contractor. What I have uncovered is a coordinated contractor fraud network. The system where licensed contractors with multiple lawsuits, judgment, and violations continue to operate unchecked. Take home creations, for example. They were granted a new license right after having 2 judgments filed against them. Previous license filed against their previous license for contract-related issues, along with a civil suit. If I understand CSLB law correctly, that shouldn't be allowed. And then there's our RMO, who has a long history of cycling through companies as a salesperson. 99% of those companies have suspensions, citations, or investigations. It has been an RMO for multiple companies, 2 of which has suspensions, and now 1 is showing only canceled on the website. I should be able to find that information easily, but the CSLB's website is not intuitive unless you already know how to look for these. Public deserves to know the full history of their contract. 8 months into our project, none of the city's projects had been completed. I had paid my contractors over $170,000, and we hadn't even had rough plumbing, rough electrical, or framing signed off by the city. And on top of that, we had a door installed upside down, unsecured, the shear wall that was adjusted, the wrong roof, and failure to excavate my house for plan. I could go on, but I'm sure you get the picture. I notified the CSLB when my RMO was removed from the Secretary of State records during my project. Something that could have triggered this work. I also called Swift.
Your time is up.
How much longer do you have on your?
Just like 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And sorry, for 2 years, I tried to tip off the CSLB about everything I uncovered. The CSLB did not want my information. And in the meantime, my contractors were awarded a new license. And based on the history of their network, we all know exactly why, to avoid accountability. I need answers. The CSLB claims to protect consumers and hold contractors accountable, but their bias in my case was egregious. Was it because the RMO was rented, had multiple past violations, or was it home creations? The contractor that actually did our work. Okay, I'm almost done. 5 sentences. By the way, home creations were not the last during the project. Our project was in a dangerous structural state, not public plans. So how is this happening under your watch? Why are these contractors with judgments, lawsuits, and violations on records solely active licenses? More importantly, how are you going to stop? Ways to stop this network from continuing to exploit homeowners. I'm prepared with any evidence to back up everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Yes, our mission is consumer protection. What I would like for you to do is in the audience, we have our Deputy Chief of Enforcement, Jesse Flores. He just left, but when he comes back, I'd like you to connect with him and then talk to him more. Yeah.
Steve here.
And Steve Grove is our chief of enforcement.
Did you go with them now?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is there any other public comment?
Where's Jesse now? Steve either way, Jesse's fine.
Is there any other public comment? Please turn off the mic. There we go. We're going to move on to agenda item C, presentation of certificates of recognition. I will now take this opportunity to recognize one of CSLB's many outstanding staff, Norwalk Office Services Supervisor Mike Rowe is in the audience. Today, we have the honor of recognizing a truly dedicated public servant, someone whose legacy be felt for years to come. Ivo has been a cornerstone of the Contractors State License Board Southern California office, dedicating over 36 years of service to the people of California. She began her career in 1989 as an office assistant and working her way up to the Office Services Supervisor 2, earning the trust, respect, and admiration of her colleagues along the way. Her dedication, mentorship, and passion for public service have not only shaped her office, but have also inspired the next generation of CSLB's workforce. As she embarks on this well-earned retirement, we extend our deepest gratitude for her decades of service and wish her all the best in the new chapter of life. On behalf of the Contractors State License Board, it is my great privilege to present this proclamation to my vote, but for a sincere appreciation for extraordinary service and the best wishes for a joyous retirement. My thank you for your hard work and dedication. I will now read the proclamation and invite you to come up to the front for a picture. Come over here. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, right there. Yeah. So, honoring Ivo on a retirement, whereas Ivo has served the state of California for more than 36 years, and whereas Ivo began her career in public service in 1989 as an office assistant with the Contractors State License Board, and as most recently served as Office Services Supervisor 2 with the Contractors State License Board, and whereas Ivo has earned the trust and respect and friendship of all who have worked with her, now therefore be it resolved that the California Department of Consumer Affairs Director, Kimberly Kirchmeyer, by token of this resolution on behalf of the state of California, congratulates Ivo on this occasion of her retirement, commends her outstanding record of service, and extends best wishes for success and fulfillment in all her endeavors, and be it further resolved that a suitable prepared copy of this resolution be presented to Ivo this day of March 14th, 2025, signed Kimberly Kirchmeyer. Congratulations. We'll come around. Come oh, wait 1 second. Do you have any words?
Thank you so much.
I will just take the privilege and time right now that it was yesterday we had the honor of taking a tour, and just by taking that tour, I can tell how respected you were with all the other enforcement staff at Norwalk. And with that, I can tell that as a team player and everything that you've done here with Contractors License Board, we really appreciate all your hard work, and congratulations on the retirement.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, signing. Moving on to item D, update and discussion on Southern California wildfire. Well, actually, before I go, is there any other board comment for my vote? See none. Again, congratulations on the retirement. Item D, update and discussion on Southern California wildfire response. I'd like to take this opportunity to comment on the Southern California wildfire response. We have all convened here in Commerce, which of course is in Los Angeles County, and then in close proximity to the wildfire burn area. Between January 7th and January 23rd, 14 separate fire events swept through the county, the largest by acre size being the Palisades and the Eden fires. Between the two, over 18,000 structures were destroyed, over nearly 38,000 acres, according to CAL FIRE. 29 lives were lost. With that, I request a moment of silence for all the lost lives related to the devastation. Thank you. I want to begin by thanking the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, otherwise known as Cal OES, and the Department of Consumer Affairs for coordinating a tour of the Eaton Burn Fire, including meeting with local officials and property owners, visiting a disaster recovery center, which we observed CSLB staff providing effective consumer protection, informing the disaster survivors. And I want to thank Board Member Alan Guy for making his staff available to brief us all on the safe debris removal requires. It is my understanding that Alan Guy's company Anvil has performed the majority of debris removal to date. Thank you, Alan. With that, yes, we had the privilege of taking a tour yesterday. It was, in my opinion, very, very opening and heartfelt going by the sites. It was one of those things where one thing that came to, that I remember most was having two children seeing like playgrounds and trampolines and whatnot at the schools being burned down. So that was really, really detrimental. And just seeing the faces of everyone that was effective at the disaster recovery center. So again, on behalf of CSLB board, we really, really wanted to make sure that we're doing everything we can for consumer protection. It's going to be a really long, hard rebuild over the next 4 to 6 years. What we learned was that phase 1 and phase 2 is happening right now. Currently, the phase 2 process is going to take some time, but there's going to be a rebuild, and the community is coming together. For the portion that we saw, Alta Denta, there was a lot of signs saying Alta Denta is strong and making sure that the community is sticking together. So again, our hearts are with you. And when it comes to the contractors, and we'll repeat what we said when we took a tour of this disaster recovery center, is watch out for the unscrupulous contractors that are taking advantage of a lot of the seniors that were affected in that area. We just need to make sure that, please just look for a licensed contractor and going forward with that. Is there any other board comment for anyone who took the tour? Seeing none, I thank you. So as described on our pages 8 and 9 of your board packet, CSLB has been engaged with other agencies in wildfire response efforts since early January. Every day since January 14th, CSLB staff have been present at each of the recovery centers. 2 staff at Pasadena and 2 staff in Los Angeles. Proactive Swift team staff have also been active in the California Department of Insurance and the burn areas performing construction sweeps to deter and address unlicensed practices and predatory claim adjusters. Executive office staff are participating in rebuilding and recovery task force and in regular communication with local officials To ensure messaging and align and licensing and rebilling resources are available and also understandable to the public. Again, we appreciate all of our SWIFT team staff who are there countless hours trying to help protect and inform the individuals that were harmed. So moving on, we're going to move on to agenda item E. The executive. E1. The first item, review and possible approval of the December 12, 2024 board meeting minutes. The review and possible approval of the December 12 board meeting minutes begin on page 14 of the packet. Do any of the board members have any edits to the packets? Seeing any edits? And this is pages 14 through 27. Looks like 47. There is no edits. I request a motion to approve minutes as presented. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion by Rodney Cobo, second by Jacob Lopez to approve the December 12th board meeting minutes. Do I have any comments on this from board members? Any public comment on the minutes? Can we call roll, please?
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Joe Martin as an excused absence, Brian Phobos. Aye. Miguel Noarza. Aye. Amanda Guile.
Aye.
Howard Guy. Aye. Jacob Lopez. Aye. Diana Love.
Aye.
Neil Bennett.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli as an excused absence, Joseph Viciano.
Aye.
Jim Ruane as an excused absence, Thomas Louise.
Aye.
Mary Tyker.
Abstain, I was absent.
Sorry.
Abstain, I was absent.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Next up, agenda item E2, our registrar's report. The three items to be addressed are item number 1, the 2024 accomplishments and activities report. All the board members should have a copy in front of you, and this report is also online. The update and discussion of the 2025-2027 executive strategic plan objectives. And number 3, review, discussion, and possible action on supporting information included with the solar energy system disclosure document pursuant to Subdivision C, Business and Professional Code Section 7169. Only the third item has board member content starting on page 50. For these updates, I turn it to Registrar David Bowe.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I did want to highlight a couple of accomplishments for each of the divisions. First up, a very successful year of licensing. Look at the CSLB by the numbers. I kind of look at this CSLB's wins for 2024. Most of the renewals were processed online. You'll see that we answered 132,000 phone calls. And the wait time for the phone calls was less than 6 minutes. Very good, which is the board's goal. We translated 10 examinations into Spanish. So licensing and working with PSI as the provider for the administrator, they got the test dates quickly. We processed a lot of applications and we helped a lot of qualified individuals obtain a license. Enforcement working with licensing and different restitution programs, that would be enforcement focuses a lot on settling complaints. They settle more than 70% of the licensee complaints that are intake mediation centers. You add that to the restitution that's achieved through our outstanding liability program. We were successful in recovering $64 million for injured Californians. So that's a pretty strong number, and that's anybody watching this, we want everyone to be aware of our outstanding liability program, which is very effective in suspending a license until the restitution is paid. Enforcement focuses on settling cases when appropriate, but also on taking legal actions when necessary. And you'll see that enforcement took over 3,398 legal actions out of the 20,000 complaints that were closed in 2020. So I hope you have a chance to take a look at it. I think it was a strong year under board member leadership and the hard work of the staff that made this happen. So I just want to thank everyone for the success of 2024. To move on, or if you want to take any questions.
Yeah, is there any board member comment on the achievements and activities report 2024? I will just say a lot of the achievements, it's based off the strategic plan, and obviously board past board chair Love was half the year, so we appreciate all of her leadership during this time period. And going forward, appreciate all the CSLB staff. As a team, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, so thank you. Any other board comment? Okay, go to item 2.
All right, so I asked the division chiefs to only cover one strategic objective. I'm going to take the liberty and cover 2. So good help.
Sure.
You know, the first was engaging staff, having focus groups, listening to their ideas. And we did have focus group meetings, 3 of those last year, the last 12 months, I should say, and also a town hall meeting, which were very helpful. It helped us create that multiple offender unit. At one point, we were thinking about going a different direction, but with staff's input, we decided that was what was in the best interest of protecting consumers with the resources that we have. We do have a focus group meeting in enforcement next Tuesday, and we'll be showing them the it's called a SharePoint system. It's a program to automate the report writing, has drop-down menus, and automate the sending out of forms. And it'll be helpful in interacting remotely with your supervisor. So we're excited about that. Also on the agenda is asking their input on training needs and how they want to use their Outlook calendar. It's kind of a not a complicated thing, but we want to make sure that we're all in sync with how we perform our work. What ideas do they have to review and revise our policy and procedures? So that we're excited about having that focus group meeting next Tuesday. And my second objective I wanted to cover for the executive committee is the progress that was made in filling positions. We have 25 vacancies out of 425 positions. That's a 5% vacancy rate, and with state government, a 5% vacancy rate really is the gold standard. So just a real shout out today to our administration staff that made this happen. We're very focused on working with the divisions, recruiting, going to job fairs, finding qualified individuals for our vacancies. And we want this to be a very good work environment so that we don't have we have retention of our existing employees. So that would be my 2 updates for A and B. I don't know if there's any questions regarding that.
Any questions from board members? No, thank you, David.
So for the third one, we need Mike Chemnetsky's help. He's been working very closely with CALSA, so I'm going to ask Mike to take a seat.
Chair and members. This is an update full disclosure document that you all reviewed and reference. So we wanted to provide you an update for that. So in December, the board approved a concept draft of this document, which is before you today, like this. 15.1 goal. And this is just only for the document in the legislature that required some years ago. It's finally been developed and it's probably around 23. But when the board approved this in concept in December, it was subject to final review by the Public Utilities Commission. So that has occurred. Additional edit for me to this document between the board approval and now between the Public Utilities and CSLB staff. And then they went to the Public Utilities Commission. They did a 20-day public notice and public comment on it. And then yesterday, this is all moving very fast. Yesterday, the Public Utilities Commission approved this document. And so what that means is they regulate 6 public utilities, metro utilities. And what they're going to require when a residential connection, residential solar connection is made to the utility, they're going to require a signed contract, improvement contract, which they already do. Some other documents like a line diagram or oversizing application is needed, but also this document. PUC consumer protection guide. So it's our understanding that yesterday the PUC has approved for this to be included in every interconnection package for PG&E, PG&E, SCE, and a couple of other smaller ones. So what I wanted to do today is talk to the lawyers that are interested about the minor changes that were made to the document that we approved in December. Now, we go through them. They're mostly reorganization. There's some word choice. We can go through the changes before they just did. And then I also wanted to inform the board that the CalSA, the California Solar and Storage Association, and they're very active in contributing to this process. They have several additional comments about this document that I think that they would like to be incorporated. They did send the board an email yesterday, and it is in front of you. It mostly relates to the information that's being required in the document that the contractors need about total cost, estimated payments, PPA, energy rates. So there's a narrative from them about this. But really that's what's happening. I'm sure, and we talked about history, if you have any question, we're talking about the changes that were made to December now. But other than that, I'm going to turn it back either to the registrar or legal counsel. I'm not sure if the motion needs to be made. Really what's happening is the Public Utilities Commission has approved this document, which is here is making to be accepted in their and we want to continue working with, we'll see how the implementation, we'll continue working with stakeholders to change the amount of PUC, we can figure that out. Only, I don't know about non-regulated utilities such as SMUD or LADWP if they're required. Those are all questions that we'll need to talk about, but for now, that's where this is at, and I guess back to the registrar if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I would just say that, as Mike mentioned, the PUC has approved this, so they're going to require that document provided to a solar, or not a solar, a customer, to an investor-owned utility customer. That's going to happen on their end. The question that we have is whether or not we're comfortable supporting that effort. If we have a consumer complaint, should we be verifying that document was provided? And we didn't realize till just a couple of days ago, or it was yesterday, that CalSA had concerns. They're not able to bring their concerns to PUC outside of a public meeting, so they can bring them directly to us. We know they have concerns now. Like I said, we'll continue to work with them. But I really think, and I'm going to kick this to John Cannon, but I think that the board could decide to not do anything today. You could decide to support it with the understanding that we'll continue to work with CalSA. Or you could potentially say you oppose it and don't want the board to enforce it anymore. John?
I think those are the options, and it's unfortunate that the board's getting this down, trying to digest it all and take a position on it. It seems to me the concept was approved at the last meeting. I'm not sure what changes have been added to this 4-part disclosure document, but they don't look substantial to me. And I've read CalSA's brief letter with concerns about consumers maybe bypassing looking at the contract language because they have this more detailed disclosure document. So they'll look at price and maybe not go into the specifics, but their concern, at least what I gleaned from the letter I read this morning, is that those terms might change depending on how financing goes through with these things. So the board can say we stand by our concept of approving this, and direct staff to continue to work with CALSA and any other concerns that may have. And then I guess at the June meeting, could set forth some sort of a requirement. CSLB is now requiring its contractors, all contractors, to present this disclosure document once it's finalized. But again, it is final for PUC and they are requiring it as of today, I'm guessing.
November 1st.
Oh, okay.
Wondering if I would do for it, because I think, contractors are gonna need to build into their software and their contracts.
Gives us a little breathing room then too.
Yeah, I think if there was to be a staff recommendation, it would be, I think, to not take a vote at this time, just the direct understanding the staff will continue to work with CALSA. Does that sound reasonable?
Can we possibly hear the changes you were talking about?
Everyone wants to, grab your document here. Cover page isn't changing, the solar energy system information. It is required by contractors law. There is a one-page cover that's been required for several years that it has the cost, the total cost on it, and who can, under 3 days of its disclosure, that you can cancel in 3 days, and who will have to complain to, which is something you never wrong. That document that is excellent from my team. This is the document that will go under that. The third intro sentence, the next page, if you are asked to make a statement, that is an initial change from what the board said, look at in December. What it said now is if you are asked to make a statement before the project is completed, please be aware that against law for a contract to collect payment for work not yet completed or materials not yet delivered. These are a series of kind of warning disclosure statements. That sentence in December, I think more of a direct quote from the law. I think this would change to make it a little bit more clear. I didn't see other changes on this page from December. To the next page, section 2, information. I don't believe too much change here. Section 3, this kind of big change, mostly a reorganization. In December, it had a lot of information, but it's kind of line by line by line. This section is now organized into 2 categories. It's the same information you saw, but it's now PPA releases in 1 category. Then it asks about, is this lease, yes or no? And it's got information about police, information about the implications of that lease or PPA. And then information about what you do if you need something else. And then the second section is financing, purchasing, finance. That's where it's going on. And then it's contractors, consulting, and loan. This was all in there in December, just to be organized. And the biggest change is it's here on the next page. These terms are broken out a little bit more. There's a box for the total cash for loan costs, dividends, interest rates, and then for lease and then for PPA. This information I think was in there in December, but it wasn't this format. And then for energy savings, this is a big part of that public utility section 4, Public Utilities Commission. This was their part of this document. The legislature required the Public Utilities Commission to identify standardized inputs and assumptions that would be used in presenting savings estimates to customers. That's what this section is. I think some wording was changed to slim it down, make it a little bit more clear here in the top. Paragraph was changed, and the description of these different estimate sections were shorter. They're substantively the same, and this is what you can expect for savings based on your last year of electricity usage, depending on whether you have a solar only or a solar and a battery. This was developed by PUC. Got a link to how this was done in here. There's disclosures about, your usage can change. So if you raise something on the last 12 months, then you buy a TV, you know, your usage might change.
And maybe I could interrupt a little bit.
Yeah.
So a lot of this stuff is just, the PUC accepted this is their document. There is a consumer protection portion for us where it helps the consumers, where it's like, the good information was, make sure you're not putting down payment down, make sure you're hiring licensed contractors, but that particular item. So for us, and this is what I heard, was us as a board, it's the requirements of this document going forward and making sure if let's say it says in there, if there is something being harmed, file a complaint with CSLB, and this will be, that's what we take over, right? So like big picture, this document doesn't really affect our board. It affects within the contract, between the contractors and the consumer, right? So
I just comment on one thing about this, though. We were very careful when we worked with PUC on it to make sure that it mirrored the statutory requirement. That's number one. I think what you just said, the other part of this is, and what's happening in the solar industry, we don't want payments made in advance of work performed. And I know Council has we're going to do an edit to that, but they not agreed to it. We took it right out of the statute itself. You don't get paid for progress payments for residential solar until you've done the work. So I think that was pretty common.
Yeah. The takeaway is that the statute requires the CSLB and PUC to develop a document that has information about costs, anticipated savings, and financing for solar. And that's all in one place. And then there's some comments about from the industry about how reasonably that could be done on 12 months out, all of that. But this was our attempt with PUC to develop that document.
I just have one question, and I know this may be, because this is solar, it may not apply, but I just have one concern, and that's that first talking point that you were talking about where it says about making payments before the project is completed. To me, that's an absolute, and I have learned from personal experience that there is an exception when you have a blanket policy. So should that exception be put there, or does that not apply to solar?
Well, if they have a payment and performance bond, it's fairly rare that the contractor does, but that, I guess the way I'm looking at this, they've already approved it. We can see if it's working for consumer protection. And I think if it's not, it needs to be enhanced, like what you just mentioned. Yes, you could add that. It's a great idea to have a payment and performance bond. We could then go back to PUC and see if they would want to amend their document. That's kind of the way we're looking at it. But they have approved it now, and so they are going to require it. It's just really a question as to whether or not, to what extent we're going to enforce compliance with our enforcement division.
Thank you.
So what I heard is the staff recommendation is no action either at this point in time. We have a further board meeting coming up. This thing comes in, goes live November 1st, so we can address it as needed going forward. Is that what I heard?
That would be our recommendation. We can meet with CalSA and try to understand their concerns, and then if necessary, bring it back to the board in June.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So no action needed. Is everyone okay with that? The consensus? We will move on then. I guess I should ask, is there any public comment on this item before we fully move on? Seeing none. We're going to move on to D3, the budget update. We are now on page 52 of your packet. I will invite Chief of Legislation, Rebecca May, to provide this update.
Morning, Chair Mark and members. The budget update begins with the budget summary on page 52. For fiscal year 24-25, CSLB has an authorized budget of $2.1 million. The final year-end projections show $94 million in reserves, $94 million in revenue, $8 million in board expenditures, and $6.3 million in mandatory costs. On the next page, the first chart details our fiscal year 24-25 budget and expenses to show. As noted, we've spent roughly 60% of our budget authority so far. The chart below that on 53 shows our revenue performance through January. Overall, I'm happy to report we collected over 63 million, which is a 5.3% increase compared to the previous year. If you turn to page 54, the chart highlights our final budget with adjustments for this fiscal year, which decreased by about 425 million, from 82.4 million to 82 million. This decrease is mainly attributed to adjustments in staff salaries, retirement, and health benefits. Additionally, we have received direct reimbursement from the general fund for the summer wildfire disaster response costs. We anticipate another reimbursement soon for the recent Southern California wildfire. On page 55, you'll find details regarding budget letter 2410 issued in July by the Department of Finance to address the general fund budget deficit. To meet the required savings, further guidance was provided through budget letters 2420 related to vacancy reductions, 2424 regarding operating expense reduction. The chart at the bottom of page 55 summarizes the anticipated impact of these reduction measures on CSLB's budget. Specifically, during the governor's May revise, CSLB's budget will be further reduced by almost 1.2 million to reflect savings from the elimination of 7.5 vacant positions that will be permanently removed in fiscal year 2026. Returning to page 56, you'll find our fund position projection through fiscal year 2026. The second column is the current year, showing our beginning fund balance of 41.7 million. If year-end projections are realized, we should increase our reserves to over 48 million, which equates to 6 months of reserve. On page 57, the chart represents the construction management education fund position. As you can see, the fund is healthy and continues to receive a steady increase in annual donations. Lastly, I'm happy to report that the Department of Finance has approved 2 budget change proposals for inclusion in the governor's proposed budget, and these are for the enforcement to staff by a total of 6 positions. Both budget change proposals are going through the legislative budget hearing process and should be heard in April for consideration and potential inclusion in the next fiscal year 25-26 Budget Act. And lastly, let me briefly touch on the statistical summary provided on the next 3 pages. I'm happy to report that through January, we're seeing a 9% increase in original applications received and a steady flow in new licenses. Renewals are also slightly up with a 1% increase over 2 years ago. This concludes the budget update.
Thank you. Is there any board member comment? Is there any public comment? I will just say thank you, Rebecca, for the report. Thank you, Stacy, for all your hard work and making sure we're at now at almost projected 6 months of reserve. That's awesome. That is the highest amount that I've seen since being a board member. That's great news. And then also appreciate the governor's office and BCA helping us with, some of our issues with the multiple offender unit, staffing 4 permanent positions to that would be amazing. I know Steve Rhodes' team could use it. And the SWIFT unit, having 2 additional staff members for that unit, if we can, going through the BCP, another acronym that's out there, budget change proposals for 25-26. So thank you. Moving on, administrative update, item D4. We are now on page 62 of the packet. I asked Special Projects Director Mike Jaminski to provide this update.
Morning again, thank you. I'm here on behalf of Ingrid Rudowski, our administrative chief. Page 62, on the left side here, you have all of the personnel transactions for 24-25, the first 2 quarters, so you can see the administrative unit has been busy. Top of the next page, Mr. Code already commented on it. He mentioned down to 5%, the package says 6%, but we're down to 5%. I think it's great, which is fantastic. As you may know, 10% is usually a reasonable benchmark to maintain, so to be down that low is great. So this shows that our recruitment efforts hopefully have been working. And on that note, strategic plan item 5.1 is focused on recruitment. So you can see in here, admin staff has made it a goal to work with ACA, HR, and other organizations to participate in the career fairs. I know Dave mentioned that as well this morning. There was one that they did in January in Sacramento, 150 visitors to that table. So that's great in our recruitment efforts. Strategic plan item 5.2 is focused on training, not just for all staff, certainly training for all staff, and tracking mandatory and non-mandatory training. And so the admin unit reports that it did develop a career consulting class. There's two parts of it. It focuses on applying for state jobs and interviewing for state jobs. And so providing that training to CSLB staff. They just provided a second one in December. I hear that it went well. There's some information about that in here as well. Then of course, the admin unit is making sure managers and supervisors are completing their required 20 hours leadership training, tracking everybody's training, and a new report that the 2025 Enforcement Academy for Southern California is going to be the first week or the first week of April, week of April 5th, SoCal, and the NorthCal one will be the week of September 15th. I think that's about it for admin, unless there are any questions, and I will yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Mike. Is there any board member comment? None. Any public comment for the administrative update? If none, we'll move on to item 5, the IT technology update. It should be page 68 of the packet. Again, I asked Mr. Jablinski to provide an update.
So on behalf of IT Chief Jason Perez, who's holding it down with our internet in Sacramento on our live stream, he asked me to make 3 updates today. The first is about the ongoing migration from iWAS to Box. You have heard about this. It's the imaging workflow system that we have currently for all of our license documents. It's an old software, and all of our license documents are currently in a computer image, it's like a picture. And it's not, it's old software, and it's not real, it needs to be updated. It's not real user friendly. So the transition to Box is a cloud-based system, and it's going to take all of those images of all of our 25 million, well, we've migrated 25 million documents from these images to PDFs, which is such a great functionality, which is what they should be, PDF. It's such a great functionality for staff. They'll be able to use the cloud-based system to work on these documents in a much more effective way. And IT reports that this project will be live in April. And there's lots of staff training involved, getting used to the new system, tracking requirements, and completing the conversion of all these documents. And they report that it's going very well. It's going to make licensing staff job a lot easier. For the second update, the military cybersecurity assessment went well. I believe it's every year. This one was just finished in February, and the Department of Military comes in and tests our cybersecurity protection. The report is that we fared well. Our cybersecurity framework is strong, and there's always opportunities for improvements. And IT is working on a plan to make some improvements and reach some milestones for the future. And then finally, placing the sole owner application online. That's a big change. It's going to be fantastic to have our license application for a sole owner license, be able to do it entirely online. Electronic payment, electronic submission, electronic signature, it's a great move. And that should be live in April. And then finally, many of you were in Norwalk yesterday developing our turning a citation claim tracking system into a software. The IT division reports that it is looking forward to working with enforcement to map all the processes and get a system online statewide. So that's it for the IT update, and I go back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dubensky. I do want to speak a little bit on the Norwalk. Our board had a chance to congratulate some of the pilot program that the enforcement staff is doing at Norwalk with the ability of these live documents and going to our strategic plan and not just on the licensing side, but the enforcement side. And Steve Grove and his team and Jerry Hassan, we appreciate all the hard work. I know Mr. Folk just put you on the spot, but would you like to say a couple of words on the hard work that Norwalk is doing?
Well, thank you, Chair Mark, and thank you, Mr. Folk, board members as well. Yes, the visit yesterday was well received by staff, and they really appreciated it. Especially recognizing their hard work in developing the system. The system was implemented back in the year 2023 as a pilot program to see the enforcement staff to use something that was a little bit better than our current feature-based system. That's something that's not statewide currently. But the reason it lends itself very well to our unit was because we have about interact with the public and contractors on a very regular basis, especially in closing enforcement measures we just bring out to get their licenses. The reason for that transition was necessitated by a lot of hard work that staff needed to decide because of the current best feature for that is security, which is a huge priority for our enforcement division. Staff having the same sign-on through their authentication with Microsoft and our CSLB login to go ahead and do that. This enables them to work remotely during the pandemic and afterwards work limited in a more efficient way. So happy to report that it automated a lot of their workflows. Eliminated a huge amount of redundancies, had a huge impact on reducing costs as well, moving from paper-based systems to digital. Obviously cut down and reduce our need for paper, office equipment, supplies, things of that nature. So it's something that we look forward to rolling out to the rest of the enforcement staff. It's going to be a huge impact. It's going to have a huge impact on the enforcement capabilities moving forward, and it's going to finally bring us into a more modernized enforcement. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Great.
So I guess first off, I want to echo that appreciation for the work that this group did on automating this process, and kind of add to your point on the benefits, which is that this is one of the things the public can see all the time about us. I think some of the outstanding work that we all had the chance to see yesterday with the fires is kind of like a submarine below the surface where it's all going on and it really makes a difference to the folks that are fire victims, but the whole universe can't see what an amazing job the CSLB is doing, which is terrific. But we can see sort of the internet piece, and having to mail pieces of paper in is really a 21st century activity. So in addition to the benefits that you listed, I appreciate that the staff is also helping the CSLB kind of represent in a modern and efficient fashion to the public. And I think for contractors to keep feeling more relevant is important. So it's another benefit of the work that your team did, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other board member comment? Thank you. And again, Steve Grove and his team, and Jesse and Jerry, appreciate all your hard work. And obviously mine was a big part of that too. So thank you. And Renee, we have a comment.
Yeah, sorry, I just, our IT chief weighed in. I mentioned that the online app for the sole owner will be live in April. I was optimistic. So I'm going to retract that statement and I will get back to you on the live date.
Okay.
So my apologies.
Thank you for the correction. Okay, thank you. We will Move on. So legislation. Leading us through the legislation portion of our meetings will be Board Vice Chair Miguel Galarza. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Miguel Galarza, the Vice Chair, filling in for our Legislative Committee Chair, Bill Martin. We wish him a speedy recovery. Jen was long, times is related. Let's begin with this legislative agenda. Item 1, Rebecca, please provide us an update.
Thank you. So agenda item 1 is an update and discussion regarding the board's legislative strategic plan objectives. I'd like to highlight the progress that the board is making on goal 3.1, which is to improve communication with legislators to convey CSLB's vision and stress the importance of lifelong. On January 29th, Chair Michael Mark, Legislative Committee Chair Joel Martin, Registrar Pope, and I visited legislators to discuss CSLB's legislative priorities and its disaster response efforts. We met with Assemblymember Berman, Senator Smallwood Cuevas, Senator Valladares, Senator Grayson, Senator Neal, and staff of the offices of Senator Arreguín, Senator Menjivar, Senator Ashby, and Senate Business Professions and Economic Development. The visits helped us secure offers for our sponsored bills and maintain connections between CSLB and legislators. Developing these relationships helps us to disseminate our consumer protection message not only to the legislative decision makers, but to the constituents that they serve. I followed up each meeting by connecting legislative staff with our public affairs chief, Catherine White, so that she and public affairs staff could provide more detailed information to those offices regarding CSLB's outreach efforts, including senior scam, stopper events, and information on safe hiring practice. I'm hopeful to schedule another legislative date soon, as there's still lots of members to connect with. And in the meantime, I've been steadily making the rounds to legislative staff.
Are there any board members, comments or questions on this item?
I will just like to say thank you, Rebecca May, for putting together the alleged visits. It was very helpful. I think the perspective of myself and alleged chair Joel Barton attended those meetings. We as CSLB is highly recognized as consumer protection, and that was just our mission. So everyone did understand that when we met. They were trying to do everything they can to help us as a board continue that mission for California. So thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Seeing none, does the public have any comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item.
This item is regarding a non-substantive update to Contractors state license law. There's no action required. In December, the board approved 4 non-substantive amendments to Contractors law for inclusion in the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee's omnibus bill. After the board meeting had taken place, staff determined another amendment related to the industry expert reimbursement costs for investigating a workmanship complaint was needed. The board was not scheduled to meet again until after the proposal was due to the legislature on January 15th. So staff conferred with legislative chair Joel Barton on how to proceed. Pursuant to his authority in the board member procedure manual, as legislative chair, Joel Barton authorized staff to include the new amendment in its submission to the committee to inform the board as soon as possible. And that's what I'm doing today. Specifically, the new amendment removes the requirement for CSLB to add industry expert reimbursement costs to licensure renewal. In practice, it's preferable that the licensee be advised of the reimbursement or the requirement to pay for the reimbursement for the industry expert costs when the letter of admonishment or citation expires. It's still necessary for these costs to be paid before the license. Further, adding the fee to the renewal would take additional programming and staff resources to change internal renew processes and might result in support. Again, there's no board action.
Any board comments on this item? Seeing none, any public comments on the site? Okay. Since I see none, let's move on to the next agenda item. Which will be agenda item 3A, which is related to board project legislation. We're going to sponsor 4 bills at the December board meeting, and there are no action required on the bills today. Now this can be found on the material starting on page 76, but I have a reminder these 4 bills are as follows. They are to clarify CSLB is not responsible for legal bills or fees on civil claims against cash deposits filed with CSLB, including accessory dwellings or ADUs as defined as a definition for home improvements and increased penalties for violations of progress payment rules, authorizing a narrow exemption for requirements that all licensees must carry over the stock insurance, even if they do not employ any workers, and increased minimum civil penalties on those citations. Thank you, Senator Grayson, Chivetta, and Senators Berman and Carrillo for authorizing these bills on behalf of CSLB. We board members who have any questions or comments regarding the board responsible bills. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So real time, I know legislation moves quick. Which of these are kind of closest to many hearings?
I think committee hearings are probably starting in most people,
Okay.
so I anticipate fall.
And so at our June board meeting, we should have an update, and soon we're probably gonna have a legislative committee meeting somewhere between now and June, so that'll be another chance for update. Okay, thank you.
Any additional board member comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to agenda B3D. These are other bills related to CSLB and the contracting profession. After board members discuss and public comments on each of these, we will vote on the board position. Item 3E1. Assembly Bill 476 Gonzalez. Analysis of this bill can be found on page 87 of the material. This bill requires CSLB to establish a new licensure program for scrap metal copper sellers. The bill provides that existing licensees are not required to be licensed as a copper seller who sells scrap metal copper. Staff recommendations and a vote. Position on this bill. CSLB recognizes the financial harm that licensed contractors incur by copper theft. However, establishing a new license type will require CSLB to extend a significant amount of resources upfront, including extensive IT updates and test development. It is unclear the potential license pool for copper sellers was substantially a license program. It is also unclear whether licensed copper sellers would have any discernible impact on net of theft. While the staff is recommending the vote, staff will continue to discuss this bill with the author and respond to the system amendments to alleviate the board's concerns. Are there any board comments or questions on this specific bill? Again, Bill 7436.
I guess I just have a question on this one. So the whole goal on this particular bill is make sure I'm hearing you correctly, like a requirement for like copper scrap sellers when they go into construction projects, that they would have a required license. Is that kind of where we're at, or?
They have to have a license to sell copper. Contractors would be exempt, so contractors that already sell copper don't have to have a license. I mean, they have to have this additional license.
remove it, Rebecca. We're saying our licensees would be exempt, but if you're someone that's not licensed now and you're gonna try to sell copper at a recycler, you would have to be licensed to do that.
Yes, it would create a whole new licensing.
Through our board.
through our-
So, our minimum, so right now, as of January 1st, we're at $1,000. So is it like any copper that is being turned in would require a license then?
Yes, I think there's some exemptions in the bill.
You got any communication from the author regarding this?
We have some discussion.
And to make sure I'm hearing, so the staff recommendation is to oppose the position. In my opinion, yeah, like, I'm just trying to think, the resellers, this is obviously like underground economy stuff that we're talking about here, right? Copper, people just breaking into buildings potentially, taking copper out and then trying to take it to the resellers. So what I heard is we would have to have a contractor's license to resell to the individual resellers, which might not be the worst thing, right? To be honest with you. So there's a question.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a contractor license. This is.
A copper
This
cell
is
license.
nothing to do with contractor's license. It's a new licensing program in CSLB
It's a new-
for the sale of copper.
I did.
You want
Yeah, I think it is a seller's license, not a construction license. It's not your fault. I think it's the way the bill is written.
Yeah.
It sort of morphs from resellers of junk, non-ferrous metals will need a license. And oh, by the way, CSLB licenses, so people can deal with metals, so it doesn't really say what's going to happen. It says, I believe it mentions some counties that currently have programs in place to deal with this type of economy. But I think the opposition is, we don't have a test for it. We'd have to create one. We don't have enforcement for it. We already have plenty of enforcement, and they're at the county level able to do this. It's not my bailiwick, but why not license the purchasers and make them report, like, when, so like a bank gets something over $10,000, they have to report it. If you're buying metal in the underground market, maybe you should have to report to someone. And I doubt I'm telling you what to do policy-wise, but I don't think that's something that CSLB's board should just jump right into.
That's all well said. I guess as, we've been the victims of copycat, I'm sure this is a big problem, but I don't see how it's the CSLB's purview. So I think it's a very important problem that is actually going to be able to find it.
I agree. That copper theft is the issue, that's not.
Yeah.
Contractors' problem.
No, how does this impact the consumer? I mean, you go in and sell copper, I mean, it's a requirement.
You have to show, on some cities and counties, you have to show a driver's license.
Right.
License.
Right, but that license.
I fully support regulating, trying to get rid of stuff, it is a big issue, but it's not a contract.
Yeah, I think, from my perspective on, obviously, maybe the term reseller is not, it's, if I'm pulling out, 1,000 feet of them, CM 500, I'm not trying to resell it to resell. I'm trying to scrap. And getting scrap and accountability, guys buying this stuff, individual. The advantage of a criminal doesn't care what it's licensed. It's stealing stuff.
So, I will make the motion of the recommendation of staff to oppose this bill and then give you the opportunity to bring something back to us if there is. That's my motion.
Any other board comments? Any public comments? Mark, Michael, you made the motion. Is there a second?
Thomas Ruiz.
Robin, will you so kind as take a roll?
Michael Barr,
Aye.
Joe Barr has an excused absence, Martin Cobos. Aye. Miguel Guerrero. Aye. Amanda Guile. Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez. Aye. Diana Love. Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli has an excused absence, Joseph Preciado.
Aye.
Jim Roy has an excused absence, Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Mary Tucker.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Robin. Moving on to the next item, item 3B2, Assembly Bill 1327, the analysis is bill from the found on page 89. This bill will require all improvement contracts to include the contractor's email or allow the consumer to cancel the home improvement contract via email and act recommendation is neutral on this position on this bill. By including additional ways to cancel the home improvement contract is good for consumers. Canceling by phone does not provide a record of the cancellation. So the consumers will be disadvantaged. Contractors that I haven't received all. Any board members have comments on the specific bill 1327?
I have a comment. Can the bill be amended? Can the bill be amended?
Right now, we've taken a neutral position, right? I think it can be amended.
I would make a suggestion, if we get to that amendment part, that a phone call could be made with the follow-up response of an email that they received a phone call.
Is a suggestion to remove the telephone call part of the bill and leave it at email?
No, keep the telephone part in, because there's a lot of seniors who don't do a lot of the social technology. So they would be more comfortable with picking up the phone and then perhaps getting a response back on their email or phone or something, or, you know, family member can help them with that.
If I could, I think that's what's important, though. There's something in writing, because the consumer is at such a disadvantage when they later try to state they canceled by a phone call and there's no record of it. If they wind up in court with the contractor suing them with their small claims in Superior Court, they're not going to have a defense. That's why we're concerned about it. But your idea is a good one, as long as it's responded to and say, yes, it's a confirm your phone call, or you cancel the contract, that would be okay.
Or they can send them a letter in the mail, as a follow-up letter.
But if they don't get that, we just wouldn't want to encourage people to cancel the contract by phone without putting it in writing. Because the contractor may well deny having received that call.
Can we add language about that if it's a phone call, that there's X amount of days that there needs to be the follow-up so that it's clear on both sides? If they made a phone call.
It's good to me.
So this is what I heard is like, you're looking, Diana, for a pose unless amended position by our board. Is that what you're seeking?
Yes.
We currently in, so the motion would be someone needs the motion after public comment. Public comment? Anyone? Hearing and seeing none. Is there a motion?
I'm going to ask that the attorney here help me with that language that I just.
I believe the motion tendered is to oppose unless amended, to eliminate the simple telephone call, and unless it's also paired with a follow-up email, either by licensee or by
email or letter.
Or letter, by writing.
In writing.
It's already said, current code's already a letter, right? So we just all we want to do is add email.
Right.
You can call and email, but we're just adding email. It's kind of line contract.
So the motion would be to allow an email or telephone call.
Just an email.
I think
As
that,
long as it's accompanied by a writing.
I think the difficulty is the summary says email or telephone call, and we just need to make, the question at hand was to add, make sure email plus a written notice. And if there is a telephone call, then there is a proper written notice. That's what's not in this.
Yes, written notice like that.
It's different than that. If you just took, I think what Alan was saying is if you took out telephone, Because frankly, once you send it also that email, we're now sending it. They got telephones. You can call all you want. No one's talking to you phone. But you have to. So we're kind of proposing, if a friendly amendment to your thought there, Diana, would be something like, what if we propose unless we delete telephone as one of the ways you can cancel a contract?
No, my proposal is to keep telephone. I want seniors to be able to call and just have a written notice that their phone call was received. In some form of action. Yes, some kind of written response.
So the motion to oppose unless amended to add to the telephone call notice that the contractor be obligated to confirm in writing the telephone call within a certain period of time.
So I guess I'm not clear how that would work. So if the contractor doesn't confirm it in writing, then is it canceled or not? Because I think that's the same as a hopefully a reputable contractor could call and say, I want to cancel the contract, or figure out how to cancel the contract. So I think the protection piece is people that are trying to be sketchy, in which case requiring the contractor to confirm it. If they don't confirm it, then it's not canceled as far as I can do.
The most fraud, this license classification has the most fraud. We have a special fund set up to help with this, so let's not bring ambiguity. He says she's doing the phone. You can call and cancel it. If you want to cancel the contract, then you should just add. This phone call is going to make it worse. Phone's good. It doesn't.
Because people would still be welcome to call their contractor all they want. We're just saying that's not a way to cancel a contract. You somehow have to have an email or piece of writing to cancel your contract. But email, yeah. Let's not make it easier.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
John, this.
I don't know if the motion is still on the floor. Are you withdrawing the motion as to the telephone call, and we oppose it as written unless the telephone call is removed.
I'm
A
not,
telephone call without any writing is removed.
I'm not
Because I think the
withdrawing.
problem.
I voted down, but I'm not withdrawing. I want the telephone to remain in there.
I'm proposing an amendment. I don't know where that is as far as do I do that after the second one.
I think we'll need to, because the amendment has not been accepted, we'll need to take a vote if there's a second on the motion after this. But I believe your motion that allowed us to support, change the neutral to support email or telephone calls.
And just add in the written.
You restate.
That's not what I heard.
The requirement now is a writing within a certain period of time. So this bill, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is to allow, in addition to the writing that's currently in place, an email or a telephone call to cancel a contract.
Is it either or?
It is. Well, I'm reading the word or in
I think Diana wants to accept the phone call as long as the contractor confirms receipt of it in writing. But if they don't do that, then you would need to send an email at the very least.
Yes.
okay. So the motion is to,
So the phone, someone makes the phone call and no one answers the phone. But it can happen all the time. What's the recourse?
They need to send an email or a letter if they don't get a written response to the phone call. Check themselves. It's not on the
Someone that says.
that's a different statute, so, right, that's a different bill.
So the bill says, a notice of cancellation made pursuant to the 3-day right to counsel, 5-day right to counsel, and 7-day right to counsel, provided in section 7159, made to the seller orally by telephone in lieu of written notice.
And I think the members that have expressed a concern is, you've got a bad contractor out there that's gonna get a message on his machine or no message at all, or take a phone call, be real polite about it, and deny it ever happened.
Yeah, that's the issue.
You then are left with a bill that just, you're sending the same two people into a forum to determine something where it's he said, she said.
Unless they get something back.
Right.
Not sure what the motion is.
Diana, can I try sort of recapping what I think?
Okay.
Is that if we were to say, would allow for cancellation via email in lieu of a written notice, something like that. So that would be really super clear that you either have to mail something or there has to be an email exchange. That's it. So it doesn't preclude anyone from calling anybody, but it's saying there has to be something written down for it to be canceled, because otherwise, you know, to John's point, the consumer's not protected because nothing's written down by anybody. So we just want to
Since I
clarify.
love editing, I think you have the exact point, which is the bill as written would be a cancellation by email, which adds, so it'd say, the written notice provided by this statute may be by email or a telephone call and an additional confirming writing.
So I think
But you're concerned.
well, part of the issue is like you're relying on the contractor. If you call them, then they need to send you back a writing and notice, which if the consumer does not receive said writing, that's what's difficult. Or they could say they've never received telephone calls. So that way there just needs to be protect the consumer, something in writing sent to them. So
It wouldn't have to be from the contractor, it could be from the consumer. But making the call within the 3 days, you get a cancellation if you send an email on the 4th day, or write a letter saying, this confirms our telephone call where I canceled.
We also want to leave the power in the consumer's hands. If we shift this to the contractor's power to say or not say that they got the phone call, we're kind of taking away the consumer protection, which is the consumer's the one that should have the right to send something that says it's canceled, whether it's by email or by mail or however they send it. It's up to them.
Phone call represents cost and protection.
yes.
Right, so you think that's something that you actually have. But there's a you say she did back beginning, so I think that language does represent that cost and stuff protection. Especially if it's a service contract.
That's what we're all.
Yes.
Yeah. They take that sit on.
You can even require a contractor to write you back within 3 days and set you up for false hope that you cancel your contract. And then what's the recourse after that? You'll get that response in 3 days.
I mean, there's also times when you send something to people, in this case contractors, who say they never received the email. But I know you have what you sent on your end, but that doesn't mean that they received it on theirs. So there's ups and downs.
But at least at that point, there's something in writing for you as a consumer versus you picking up the phone and leaving a voice message or something. So so there was no second from Ms. Love's motion. There was a potential new motion that's on the table, or Ms. Love, you could try your motion again. That's where we're at right now.
We're at, that's a new motion. So is there a new motion?
Would you like to make a new one, Diana, or if not, I would like to.
No, because I want the telephone today, so I'll let you know.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we delete more telephone out of this. Or I said, I guess, a closing one.
Second.
Robin? Roll call.
Did you say leave the telephone call?
No, delete more telephone.
Yeah.
Just take telephone out of this, but leave the rest of what they're proposing to change, which I think is out of email.
Thank you.
So
we're proposing AB 1327 unless amended to remove the phone call and email.
Just to remove phone call. I think they already have email in there. So I think the only amendment, if I were looking at the summary, right, see how it says by the homeowner, by email,
Right.
cross out more telephone. That's it. That's the only change that I would suggest. And if they accept that, then we would support it.
Right. Thank you. Who's the first one? I'm sorry.
Very, I can write down the sound guy. Second.
Yeah, thank you. You ready?
Maybe board
You don't
comment.
need to take the word in public.
Public comment on those, who made the motion? All on the second motion. All members? And with that, Robin, please. Michael Mark?
Aye.
Carl Martin has an excuse the absence of Wendy Copeland.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Aye. Amanda Gato.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Aye.
Brandon Love,
No.
Henry Nutt,
Aye.
Stephen Elliott is excused of absence, Joseph Pizziato,
Aye.
Jim Wayne is excused of absence, Thomas Ruiz. Larry Tucker.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. Moving on to item B3, Assembly Bill 1002 by Gabriel. This bill states legislature's intention to taken and remediate against licensed contractors who repeatedly commit legal violations against workers. Because this is a non-substantive, this bill is considered a spot bill and intended as a placeholder for future amendments. Accordingly, there is no action required on this item. Staff will continue to monitor this bill for amendments to bring it forward in the future meeting agenda. Are there any board member comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, are there any public comments?
Yeah.
Oh, Madam.
To be on an idea of what that discipline is.
So there's right now, it's just one bill. And it's more than so you will. Can you speak up a little bit? Yeah, sorry. So there's, as of this morning, there's nothing other than legislative bills and legislature. Nothing substantive in it. So as of this morning, there's still nothing substantive in it. But I do anticipate that they'll amend it at some point soon. And then we can go.
Rebecca, you're proposing a potential ledge committee meeting on April the 11th. So hopefully we have information then.
I think that the spot bill deadline to put in the amendment is March 18th. So it can't go on forever in the spot bill.
And I think obviously, the underground economy is very important to this board, and if a contract is failure to pay wages, we would hope the bill offer would have as much discipline as possible for these bad actor contractors. So, they said if you're having any communication, at least that's been the stance of this board for long time history. So,
Seeing the importance of the issue, I wanted to make sure to include the spot bill in the agenda in the amendment.
Sure. Thank you.
And to your point, Chair, with this aligned very closely to our focus agenda. Any other board comments? Any public comments? With that, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is item 3B4, Senate Bill 641 by Ashby. This analysis bill can be found on page 92. This bill will authorize the program in the Department of Commerce to do repairs, including CSLB, waive certain license and renewal requirements during a declared federal, state, or local emergency, such as examination of facility, ambulances, and or maintenance. Specific to CSLB, the bill provides that only A engineering contractors, B general building contractors, and C 61 limited specialty classification can engage in the green. This bill will allow the Registrar to determine if additional classifications are authorized to provide re-approval during the state of emergency on a case-by-case basis that require additional hazardous substance verifications if applicable. Be clear, this bill does not force CSLB to waive any licensing requirements or require licensees to perform any work that do not have expertise and or to do so. It also allows the registry to make these determinations if appropriate during the duration of emergency. Currently, the staff recommendation is to support this bill. The bill will also allow CSLB to meet specific needs of each disaster more efficiently and effectively and to best serve the public and its applicants and licensees. So contains an urgent clause, meaning it will come into effect upon the governor's signature. Staff has suggested amending the author's statute to include clarification that the classification permit to perform the reading also allow the registrar to require as well training. Yes.
Let me just comment on that. We're working very closely with the LA County Wildfire Task Force, and what we're planning to do with DCA approval early next week is put out a bulletin that's going to be very clear as to the classifications that can do the debris removal in this declared disaster area in Los Angeles County. And one concern with the bill is that it says C61, that we don't authorize C61 to do debris removal with this wildfire. So the classifications that LA County is going to issue permits for are the A, general engineering, the B, general building, or a combination of the C12 grading and C21 demolition. So that's what they believe is most important, those classifications to protect the public with the debris removal. They're not, as of the last time I spoke with them, and Mike were part of that call, they were not willing to issue permits for any other classification. They're also requiring the hazardous material certification that CSLB tests for and provides that certification on the license record for our public license lookup. And the reason for that is they believe that contractors are more likely to understand the HAZWOPER requirements. So LA County, and this is what staff support, is emphasizing that if you're performing debris removal in this debris removal cleanup here in LA County, that your workers have the 40-hour HAZWOPER training. So that's a requirement. And I don't know, hopefully our concern is that this bill in any way requires something different than that, because we want to be in sync with the LA County Wildfire Task Force and their permitting staff.
I think that's what I've already provided you.
Okay, very good.
We're not, you don't have to have HAZ certified on your license. The workers have to have the HAZWOPER.
Well, LA County is requiring that you have that certification on your license. And they've asked us to come up with a list of contractors that have the classification I previously mentioned with the hazardous material certification. And I think we came up with a list of 1,700. And what we're proposing, or in the process of doing, Catherine could provide more information on this, we're sending out a notice to those 1,700 to see if they are open to receiving bids. And this is for those that opt out of the state-run program. So as of earlier this week, there was about 877 that opted out. But the idea is that we'll identify contractors that will be qualified to give bids to property owners, and that list will ideally be on the county's website.
If this doesn't mention the HAZ.
I had that conversation. I think it's part of the commitment.
It's just.
Well, there's two different, there's a HAZ certified license and there's training for your employees. There's HAZ certified and HAZWOPER. It sounds like LA County is requiring both, which is what the state of California is.
Yes, they want.
That's not clear to you. Okay.
So the bill currently has the certification.
Oh, that.
One of our suggested amendments.
Okay. Great.
And again, it would be at the discretion of the
Thank you. Are there any comments from board members? Question. Yes, ma'am.
So the CSLB administration, we signed off.
Well, for this debris cleanup in LA County, it's going to require that you obtain a permit from LA County. And so they made clear as to who they're issuing permits for. We're just almost in daily communication with them. It wouldn't be us signing off for it. We would be putting on the license record though if somebody has a certification. But it's LA County that's going to be the gatekeeper, if you will, to require the right classification, the right certification, and the housing offer training before they're gonna issue a permit for the debris removal because of the environmental impact that it has if we don't do it appropriately.
But CSLB does not provide hazmat for training.
No, we do not. That's federal EPA.
This legislation mentions that it's a 40-hour as well for training, is there two? There's a 40 in the Geneva.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, 40. It's actually 40 is the baseline. They were done the training, got in 40. To an 8 when you're doing your training, and it's great when motion of the right. But you can make should be a 40-hour for those events.
For the worker or for the contractor? It's for the worker.
Look at work as well.
Is that for the determining the jurisdiction for the determining if they determine the change?
Well, here's, Steve has been asking me about this. So we're getting a lot of calls that there's workers out there without the protective equipment, and arguably they haven't had the house marker training. So the question would be, how is that going to be enforced? Mike researched it. He's the CSLB researcher, and he found the labor code, and we have, in a way, jurisdiction over that. But right now, what we're hoping to do is make interagency referrals to the Division of Occupational Safety and Health. And hopefully, Steve's going to be able to leverage his resources with the Labor Enforcement Task Force for them to have a more active role. But that would be something that we might want to discuss at our enforcement committee meeting. It comes down to the use of resources here. We're out in the field, we're looking at the license requirement, the workers' comp requirement. Do we want to look at whether they have the house walker training? We're hoping that DOSH, that they'll do that for us. But right now, the staff are telling me, at least, Steve, or I think you're telling me actually, that they're not as active out there as we would like them to be. Do you want to comment on this?
We're planning to be in a joint operation in early April. Yeah. Sit around.
As far as language goes, what would you think about something like has worker training for EPA requirements? And that we don't have to spell out what they have currently, and also if they change or increase on the line.
Any other comments from board members? Comments from the public? Seeing and hearing none. Is there a motion?
This report is amended.
As amended.
Just recommends. Because this bill has a urgency clause, it might be to governor's office for signature.
Does that mean it'll say C-61 instead of 12 or 21?
I have provided these, I've already provided these to.
So they're all-
So they're, and my, I stated them. So. Bill.
If we support it, they can subsequently amend it, that's fine. I can support it.
Second.
Second.
Statement is from Henry. Robin. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Joe Ward has excused the absence by the provost. Joe Galarza. Aye. Amanda Guy. Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez. Aye. Diana Love.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli has an excused absence. Joseph Preciado.
Aye.
Jim Rowan has an excused absence. Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Mary Cyphers.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Robert. Next item is item 3B5, Senate Bill 784, Roswell. The analysis of this bill can be found on page 94. This bill increases the 3 and 5 day cancellation period for home equipment contracts to 5 and 7 days. This bill prohibits lenders from requiring loan repayments until they confirm the construction work has been completed and operational. CSLB clean volume for home improvements projects, particularly solar, have risen significantly in recent years These complaints for lands and home improvement projects are incomplete. Private contractors have received payment from the vendor for work not performed and loan payment being due. While CSLB does not oversee lenders and cannot enforce provisions related to lender and has consumer protection from unscrupulous actors in the home improvement industry is the priority of CSLB. Accordingly, staff recommends a support position on this bill, and staff will work with the office to strengthen consumer protection in this bill. Given that, any comments from the board on 784 Plaza? Yes, Ms. Love.
I support the recommendation. I just want to ask, is there an age attached to senior citizens? What is it? 50, 65, 62? What determines a senior citizen?
Well, I think in the penal code, I think it's 65, I don't know. 65 is generally what we do.
Thank you. Okay.
But
Any other comments?
I guess my question, I think they're changing the existing law, which includes senior citizen language to, for everybody, a blanket statement, right? The 5 to 7 days, Rebecca, is that what it is? So the senior citizen portion is going away and the bill's going to be increased for 5 to 7 for everybody.
I'm for everybody to send
Okay.
So we still have now 7%.
Yeah, it's increased. Whatever it is currently, it's going to be increased from 5 to 7%.
Okay. Still want to know the age.
The age may be 62 or 65, but
Yeah, I mean, because if we go by AARP, it's 50
That's right.
as a senior. That's why I'm asking.
for the movie theater, 55.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bus is pretty numerous. I know. Trust me, oh boy.
So for clarification, is there a motion or, is there good board?
I've got a question, just for clarification here. In the summary of this bill, it talks about how that the systems are given, that they get final approval by all permitting agencies and are operational. I don't want to split hairs here, but operational versus operating, because we talked a little bit about, or actually later in this packet, we talked about there's an instance, page 103, of a consumer whose system was installed, but it wasn't connected to the grid. So it could very well be that the system is operational, but not yet operating because it's not connected. So I'm just wondering, my question is about, is in terms of what do you define as operational in this instance?
Can I comment on that? That's been something we've been going back and forth with the solar industry on, that for our purposes here, we protect consumers, and operational means it's connected to the grid and they're enjoying, they're receiving some benefit from it. So that's the way we look at it in enforcement.
Thank you.
And then any comments from board members? Any comments from the public? With that, we move back to the motion. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. That recommendation supported this bill.
No amendments.
There is no amendments needed.
Very good. Michael has a motion, is there a second? Okay. So nothing. Robin, who was the second? I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you. You ready? Michael Mark.
Aye.
Joe Barnett, excuse the absence, but you go vote. Aye. Joe Garza. Aye. Amanda Gunnell.
Aye.
Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Aye.
Diana Love.
Aye.
Henry Nat.
Aye.
Steve Billy has an excused absence. Joseph Feliciano.
Aye.
Jim Lane has an excused absence. Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Mary Tyker.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Robin. And in my pleasure to feel in control, I always enjoy the legislation.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, before we move to enforcement committee, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:03.
You all did a good job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, last.
Bill. You here? He wants to make a motion to adopt.
Good, motion approves that regulations. Ask for one was motion to.
It's gonna end up being real simple, right?
SB 6.0.
Motion to approve. Mr. Wood?
Steve, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Tom's, are we good? We live? David, you live? All right. So, onward. We're gonna move it to item enforcement, agenda item G. And I'm gonna introduce Rodney Kobos, enforcement chair.
Thank you, Chair Mark. The 2025 strategic plan includes the following objectives for the enforcement division. 2.3 administrative penalties as necessary to ensure they are adequate for violation. Existing law provides a civil penalty of not less than $200 and not to exceed $15,000 for certain violations related to unlicensed persons. Existing law authorizes a civil penalty for other specified violations not to exceed $8,000 or $30,000 as provided. But as you recall, the board voted to sponsor legislation to raise enforcement by minimums at its December meeting. Senator Hart agreed to author SB 779 on CSLB's behalf and introduced the bill on February 21st, 2025. The bill should be referred to and Economic Development Committee soon to be ready. This bill commences July 1st, 2026, will increase the minimum civil penalties for violations related to unlicensed persons to at least $1,500 and will impose minimum civil penalties of at least $500 or $3,000 for other specified violations as provided. The bill would require the contractor state license board adjust the amounts of these minimum civil penalties for inflation every 5 years as provided. 2, enforcement program update. The next item on the enforcement agenda is the enforcement program statistical update, which begins on page 101. Includes a thorough statistical update. However, this time I will request the enforcement chief, Steve Grove, provide a couple of highlights. Steve.
Thank you, Chair Kobos. I have 2 highlights I'd like to share this morning, beginning at the bottom of page 104 of your packet. The first highlight is titled Net Zero Stay of Revocation Vacated. In April 2019, a homeowner entered into a written contract with Daniel Scohenfield, Net Zero Disaster Resistant Structure LLC, to rebuild their home that was destroyed in the 2017 Tubbs fire in Santa Rosa, and build an all-concrete, fire-resistant home for $1,073,000. Net Zero started working on the project, and as of October 2020, homeowners have paid a total of $1,089,000 towards the rebuild of their home. In December 2020, Scohenfield sent a contract addendum to the homeowners, which included language to increase the total contract cost by $119,400 and up to $153,900, which is not including unpaid bills totaling $10,000 and overhead to Net Zero at $1,500 per week. The homeowners refused to pay the additional amounts, and Net Zero stopped all work on the project. In April 2021, the homeowner filed a complaint to CSLB, which was assigned to a peace officer in special investigation. The homeowner then entered into a written contract with a new licensed contractor to correct and complete the project. The new contractor found much of the work performed by Net Zero did not meet accepted trade standards and would have to be corrected. The homeowner ended up paying approximately $300,000 to repair and complete the work. On January 31st, 2023, an application was filed seeking revocation of the license for abandonment, substandard workmanship, failure to complete the project for the contract price, and aiding and abetting an unlicensed person. In March 2024, a proposed decision was issued against Net Zero Resistant Structure LLC, which included administrative probation for a period of 3 years, a disciplinary bond, and restitution of $268,000. On December 3rd, 2024, it was ordered that the stay of revocation be vacated due to the contractor failing to make restitution payments and provide proof of compliance with the provisions of the decision.
The order went into effect January 3rd, 2025. This is an example of staff's efforts to make consumers financially whole, along with disciplining the license. The next highlight I would like to share is on page 106. It is titled Felony Case Filed Against the Village of Washington. In April 2021, David Allen King, CEO and president of Superb Builders Inc., entered into a $10,000 residential remodeling contract while his license was suspended. Subsequent change orders increased the contract total to $1,547,000. Prior to commencing work, King requested and received an excessive deposit of $20,000. In July 2021, Superb Builders Inc. started working on the demolition. On July 30th, 2021, CSLB revoked Superb Builders Inc.'s license for violations unrelated to this project. From July 30th, 2021 to July 30th, 2023, Superb Builders Inc. continued to work in the capacity of the contract. During this time, the only work completed was demolition and foundation work. King requested and received several additional payments throughout the project, totaling $1,138,000. In June 2023, the homeowner received notices from material suppliers and subcontractors advising that they were not paid for material provided and services rendered. The homeowner stated that he spoke with King about unpaid subcontractors and material suppliers, and King advised the homeowner would have to pay the suppliers and subcontractors directly for the project. The homeowner refused to make the payments, and King abandoned the project. The homeowner then hired a licensed contractor to inspect the work to build Superb Builders completed on the project. They determined the approximate value of the work completed to be $260,750. In July 2023, homeowner hired a new contractor to take over the project for $1,705,000 and complete the work Superb Builders was originally hired to do. In November 2024, CSLB investigator reported criminal investigation to the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office against David Allen King, CEO and president. December 2024, the DA's office filed felony and misdemeanor charges against King for larceny, engaging in a business without a license, and requesting or receiving payments that exceeded the value of the form of materials delivered. On December 11, 2024, an $875,000 warrant was issued for King's arrest. This is a great example of staff working closely with local prosecutors to pursue criminal charges. Continuing statistical update, you will note that at the top of the page, some staffing information. Currently, we will never vacant positions in the enforcement division, which is approximately 5% of the available position. Interviews have already been conducted, and candidates selected for five of these vacant positions. At the middle of page 108, you will find complaint statistics. For the period of July 2024 to January 30, 2025, a total of 11,843 complaints have been issued. The current staffing levels, the optimum maximum enforcement division caseload is 4,895 pending complaints. As of January 31st, 2025, the pending caseload was 5,028. Facilities assigned to CSLB intake information center have done a remarkable job of mediating consumer complaints. From July 1st, 2024 to January 3rd, 2025, staff's efforts have resulted in $18.3 billion in restitution to financially injured parties. Another important goal is to appropriately disposition all of the 100 complaints within the 270 days of receipt. As of February 11, 2025, 332 complaints exceed 270 days of age.
Enforcement supervisors continue to work closely with their staff, and provide guidance during regular case strategy discussion and monthly case reviews in an effort to reduce the backlog of aged cases. At the middle of page 109, you'll find information regarding CSLB sponsored arbitration and disciplinary action statistics. Let us know if you have any questions about those. And finally, I will provide a brief update on proactive enforcement, which is conducted by 27 special investigators assigned to the statewide investigation fraud excluding board SWIFT. This information is at the bottom of page 107 of your packet. CSLB staff have worked tirelessly to help communities affected by recent wildfires in Southern California. Many team members have staffed disaster recovery centers, DRC, Los Angeles, Pasadena, Altadena, and Altadena, providing vital consumer protection resources for those impacted, while the Pasadena DRC has closed. Los Angeles and Altadena locations will continue operations through March 2025. SWIFT investigators have also been on the ground helping disaster victims avoid contractor fraud. January 24, 2025, SWIFT investigators began posting warning signs and distributing CSLB resources with support from the Department of Insurance throughout the Eaton and Palisades fire zone. At the bottom of page 110 of your packet, you'll find statistics for SWIFT proactive enforcement. From July 1st, 2024 to January 31st, 2025, SWIFT conducted 25 undercover sting operations across the state, participated in 242 sweep days, and responded to 430 leads or tips received from the industry and the public. Investigators closed 2,098 cases as a result of the operations, but 704 cases resulted in administrative or criminal legal action. Additionally, over 732 advisory notices were issued for minor violations. And lastly, at the middle of page 112, you'll see the Enforcement Supervision Experience Verification Unit has conducted 829 application investigations during the period of January 1st, 2023, January 31st, 2025. Of the total, 470 were verified or approved, 140 were withdrawn, 213 were denied, and 6 denials were appealed. That concludes the enforcement program statistical update. This is an informational item only. No action is required of the board. Do any board members have any comments?
I'll have a couple comments. Enforcement staff, we appreciate all the hard work. Sometimes it's hard when you have 5 minutes of stats. The real benefit for the consumers of California here. I want to highlight also like the signs that were put up at the, if people can see, the signs that the fires that our SWIFT team is putting up is really helping the consumers of California and everyone who's affected by the fires to please get a licensed contractor. So these specific signs, that's the picture in picture 108, and there's 2 sides to it, right? The Spanish version and the English version. So again, for anyone affected by the fires, this is another announcement. Please make sure you're hiring licensed contractors, especially during the rebuild over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Are there any comments from the public or here in the room? Thank you.
Sure. Great report. Rodney, appreciate it. We're going to move on to G, licensing. Moving to the licensing testing program update. Taking over for Mini Chair Jim Ruane, who could not be here in his absence, Henry Dunn.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Good morning, I'm Henry Nutt III, speaking today on behalf of Jim Moraine, the 2024-2025 licensing committee chair, who has an excused absence. I'm providing the licensing and testing division update today with assistance from licensing chief, Carol Gagnon. The licensing and testing strategic candidate agenda item H1 begins on page 117. Staff have begun researching all 6 of the strategic plan items, item 1.1, explore and address language barriers to licensing and testing will be addressed later in the testing section of today's report. We'll discuss the ongoing success of the Spanish written exams. In addition, staff are reviewing letters and forms that can be translated into Spanish. Staff have also begun collecting demographic data as part of the monthly applicant survey to determine which languages should be addressed in the registry. Item point 2, trade exam waiver for out-of-state licensees is in good stand. I will now ask licensee chief Carol Gagnon to comment on the CSLB's proposed or acceptance of out-of-state candidates who have passed the NASCLA commercial general builders exam and meet other specified criteria, which starts on page 119.
Registrar Quorum, did you want to make comments at this time, or did you want to wait till I read this whole section? What would you prefer? I know you're awesome.
I thought you would lead off.
Okay, that's fine. So this agenda item relates to CSLB's general building contractor and remodeling contractor classifications only. It does not involve C specialty classifications in any way. CSLB helped develop the National Commercial General Builders License Examination, the NASCLA exam. It is based heavily on and is similar to CSLB's general building classification. Yours truly was even involved in the development of that national exam. Because it is similar, CSLB has waived CSLB's general building contractor trade exam for applicants who passed the NASCLA commercial general building exam for 5 states that issued NASCLA commercial examination. The board approved this in 2018. And as a reminder, applicants must always comply with all the other requirements for the waiver, which are on page 120 of your packet. Well, several more states now use the NASCLA commercial B exam or commercial builders exam. To prevent staff from requesting approval from the board for each additional state each time one starts to accept the NASCLA exam, staff today is asking the board to authorize us to waive the California general building examination for out-of-state general building applicants on a case-by-case basis for those who have passed the NASCLA commercial general builders exam. In other words, allow staff to simply accept applicants who pass the NASCLA commercial general builders examination, regardless of what state they're from, provided all the other requirements on page 120 are met. Registrar Vogt, I turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you. The only thing, I would add is it's kind of a big picture item. If you read 7065.4 in the Business and Professions Code, it says the registrar can waive a trade exam on a case-by-case basis. And so instead of having to come back in front of you every time we have another state that wants some type of formal agreement, of which most states are not willing to enter into reciprocity written agreements today, we're just asking if you are in support, allowing staff on a case-by-case basis to waive the trade exam for general building only. If they've been licensed in good standing in another state and they've taken the NASCLA exam, which we helped to develop and is very similar to ours. And I just want to emphasize that there is no request to waive any specialty trade exams. This is only the general building exam.
That's board staff recommendation.
The question is, are exams considered equivalent to the NASCLA exam? Meaning, could we go the other way?
Yeah, back in 2018, we had the department's Office of Professional Examination Services at that meeting, and they have reviewed the NASCLA exam to confirm that it was substantially the same. So that's very important. And our staff has also looked at it.
Is there what mechanism that will staff be able to verify the completion, successful passing of the NASCLA exam? Is it an online registry or some other mechanism?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and Mike Chimnitsky is an expert in that, so
It's a great question. NASCLA has developed, we've been talking this morning about online systems. that make everything easier. That's what developed one, with certificates of completion of people that have passed it now. Start that research and find those certificates to prove that they've never been passed.
We verifiable.
Yeah.
Great. David, I don't think my question was answered. If you hold a B license in California, you want to get a B license, it requires an ASCO exam. You said you passed the ASCO exam.
Yeah, well, yes, to answer that question, there's a lot, I don't have the exact number, but many states today are accepting the NASCO exam for their general building class. What happens on a regular basis, because I have an association with NASCO, is that executive officers from other states send me an email and say, for our people, they said, can you just verify that this contractor is licensed in good standing in your state? And I send them an email back and they waive the trade exam. Florida, South Carolina, you name it. There's no agreement with them, but they are looking to license our folks. And if you look at the numbers for last year, we know that other states waived this, the trade exam for over 2,000 of our licensees. On the flip side, I think we only waived the exam, was it 44 times? 44 times. So there's an opportunity there, I think, to help our contractors, but also to obtain, if we need additional contractors in California.
Being part of at Subdivision, we were kind of the gatekeepers and holding California that had what we consider.
People really respect us in our trade exam.
So we wanted to make sure that our standards, there were no standards anywhere else. Getting a contract to come into the states. Our standards, we had no standards. No conversation. They created some kind of specification.
Yeah, it's just important to remember that we don't consider waiving the trade exam unless we confirm that the applicant is licensed in good standing for at least 5 years in the state. And so it'd be the same thing where I would reach out, or one of our staff would reach out to the state, say, is this person licensed in good standing in your state for 5 years?
I think we just gotta make sure it's clear, depending on their B license in other states, that on the subcontracting side, when you said this does not affect specialty contractors, but make sure it's clear to the potential contractor working in California that we have these specialty classes in place and all that. So that would be, just make sure that messaging is there. Because I don't know if they have different subcontracting laws in their state or their B.
We can absolutely do that. And if you were to approve this agenda item today, my thought is we would put something on our website under the applicant tab to explain this, so we can absolutely include that you need to understand in California that the specialty trades, they have specialty licenses, and also there are restrictions on the general building classification and what they can sell for farm.
And is there a specific form that could, when there is reciprocity, that they are confirming that these are our laws within the state of California for our license requirements of a B license, and when it comes to specialty contractors, specialty license?
We could develop something so that they have a form to request the exam waiver. In the current practice, they have to put it in writing. But just to really be clear about this, what we're trying to get away from is the formal reciprocity agreement with the other states. The other states don't. We're going to talk about North Carolina. They still do it, but most states do not. So we could absolutely develop something. If you want to request an exam waiver, here's the form you need to fill out. You need to acknowledge you understand it's California laws to this extent.
That's what I'm getting at. That way they know, yes, you might be accepting their past experience and past law, but these are what it takes to do business in California.
Dave, comment, just, I think it's great, advantageous for our contractors to, working with other states and with us,
you know, being 12-6, we're seeing our contractors expanding, you know, going to McCann, Idaho. And I think that contacting you about this, right? Past licenses that, you know, our contractors need to get over the clientele is, you know, taking them out there and they want to expedite, you know, they have a license here. But I know with specialty contractors, that's a big request I hear all the time too. And would that be something that we would be able to look into, or is that completely out of the, you know, the discussion of doing the same thing for the specialty contractors?
I think it's something to be looked into, but it might be something that the chair would want to appoint an advisory committee to look at, because there has been pushback from some of the specialty trades about waiving the trade exam for the specialty classification. But for this proposal, I didn't want to include that, but if the chair would like to do that, that would be fine.
In my opinion, it's always been difficult for certain specialty classifications, you know, let's say the NEPs, because there's different regulations, mechanical codes, and there is no uniformity between states in that aspect. So,
Yes.
there was a motion.
Well, can read the recommendation from the staff for this adjustment. So the actual staff recommendation is authorize staff to waive the California General Building Examination for out-of-state general building applicants on a case-by-case basis will pass the NASPA Commercial General Builders Examination. Any other comments from the board? Comments from the public? Do I have a motion? Okay, I would accept it. Yeah.
I'll second.
Second. Any other board comment or public comment? Rob?
Mark?
Aye.
Before roll's taken, can I just confirm that the initial part of the staff recommendation includes the dwelling requirements of section 765.4, which I don't think changes the motion, but it is the beginning of the staff recommendation.
Okay.
So the motion is to support staff recommendation to comply with the statute. Yeah. Good statute.
And just for clarification, we're talking about page 120, very bottom, that is what staff recommendation is.
Correct.
There was a motion, there was a second.
Michael Mark,
Aye.
Joe Barton has an excused absence. How do you propose? Joe Garza. Aye. Amanda Gato. I'm good.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Aye.
Diana Lowe. Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Stephen Lee has an excused absence. Joseph Cristiano.
Aye.
Jimmy Wayne has an excused absence. Thomas Ruiz. Harry Tyker. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So now there's one more request under this item. CSLB is the first of its kind residential remodeling contractor's license examination. And other states have already looked to model this. Some states have a general building contractor's license examination that's not as rigorous as CSLB's, but is comparable to CSLB's residential remodeling classification. So staff seeks the authority to waive the California B2 residential remodeling examination for out-of-state residential remodeling applicants if staff determines the state's general building or remodeling examination is comparable. Again, as a reminder, all those other requirements on page 120 would have to be met. Henry will put forward the staff recommendation.
Carol, how many B2s do we have? It just hasn't taken off.
We actually have 1,007 B2s as of my last check. So that's a really good thing. Part of it is because we're advertising it in our Get Licensed to Build refurbished.
But just to clarify what you said, so if another state has their own trade exam, it's nothing to do with the national exam at all. So if
Right.
another state has their own residential remodeling class, we review it and find that it's very similar to ours. Would the board be in support on a case-by-case basis of waiving it if they've been licensed in good standing in another state for 5 years? For the B2?
Yes.
I think it just needs to be clear, because in the B2, it stipulates that mechanical trades they cannot perform any work within the mechanical trades or a B2 license, residential. So that part needs to be very clear because the residential home builders in maybe another state, that they might be self-performing that. So it just needs to be really clear. And that they meet, if they meet components of a residential license, that for us in our B2, that the items that require a permit, I think was one of the other stipulations that it's been known, and that they actually signed something, like affidavit, that they understand that this is law.
They understand the restrictions that they don't require, that there's behind the wall work does not apply. So we could make that part of the request form, so we understand clearly.
That's it.
I think you're okay with this one. 765.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to read what the staff recommendation is. So as long as the requirements of 7865.4 are met, grant staff discretion on a case-by-case basis to waive the California B2 residential with modeling examination for United States residential modeling applicant, modeling examination is comparable.
Second, as long as those requirements that you were saying, but
We can do those as policies.
yeah,
It's
it's from the
we'll build all the rest of that out, forms and everything.
Create a form that will fill out the technology.
Yeah.
Any comments from the public?
it's
Robert, roll call.
Okay. Michael Mark,
I
Joel Ward has an excused absence, Marty Provost.
Aye.
Joe Galarza,
Aye.
Amanda Gayo, Alan Guy,
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Aye.
Aaron Love,
Aye.
doing that.
Aye.
Steve Finelli has an excused absence, Joseph Preciado.
Aye.
Jim Moran has an excused absence, Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Harry Tiker.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, the next topic for licensing is the CMEA advisory committee update. Please turn to page 121 of your packet for this update. For a little background, the Construction Management Education Sponsorship allows contractors to contribute to an account established under CSLB for the purposes of construction management education at California State Colleges that offer a bachelor's degree in this field. Due to the generosity of licensees, CSLB distributed grants totaling $225,000 last year. The committee that will receive this fund is composed of 11 members, one from each of the organizations listed on page 122. Each of these persons serves a 3-year term. This year, 2025, is the time to reappoint members to the committee for the next 3 years. CSLB staff reached out to each organization, identified the law, and asked for a volunteer to serve as a representative for the July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028 term. The proposed representatives are listed in the table on page 123. There is no representative listed for Engineering Contractors Association because they merged with United Contractors in June 2023. These two organizations will now be represented by the same person. Staff recommends that the board appoint the representatives proposed in the package to serve on the Construction Management Education Act Committee for July 2025 to June 2028 term. Any comments from the board? No? None? Any comments from the public? So I'd like to ask the board to consider the following motion. Appoint the representatives proposed to serve on the Construction Management Education Act Committee for the July 2025 to June 2028 term. Second. Oh, you wait a second, sorry. The first. Any other comments from the board or the public?
Michael Morgan.
Aye.
Joel Martin is excused absent, Marty Provost.
Kevin Martin. Aye. Amanda Guy. Tom Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez. Aye. Diana Lowe.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Stephen Elliott has an excuse of absence. Joseph Feliciano.
Aye.
Jim Romaine has an excuse of absence. Thomas Ruiz.
Aye.
Aaron Sucker.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now for the licensing and testing program update. Agenda item page 4, please turn to page 125. Regarding applications, the table on page 126 indicates the number of applications received for new licenses, additional classifications, replacing qualifiers, and home improvement salespersons. As you can see, CSLB received over 11,000 applications in the last quarter. The number was slightly decreased from the previous quarter, but this typically occurs as California moves into the winter season. Next table on that page indicates a year-by-year comparison of the total number of applications received in each of the last 5 calendar years. CSLB received over 49,000 applications in 2024, more than each of the previous 4 years. A quick update on our 2 new licensing classifications shows that since August 2021, when the B02 residential modeling trade began, it now has 1,007 licenses. Since January 1st, 2024, when the C49 tree and palm classification began, it now has 124 licenses. Staff mentioned the B02 trade and their GET license to build monthly workshops. This outreach may be contributing to the higher numbers in this trip. On page 127, you can see that all of our processing times are staying close to our under 3 weeks. Staff has kept licensing processing times at or below 3 weeks for over a year now, and are doing an excellent job at keeping up with the incoming applications and renewals. A few units have managed to keep their response time within 2 weeks for the entire year. Licensing management and staff are proud of the fact that they have had no backlogs in over a year. The table on page 128 lists the disposition of applications by fiscal year. The number of weighted applications per year has gone down from 2023, 2022, 2023, meaning more applications are continuing through the licensure process instead of waiting out. There are fewer pending applications at the end of 2023, 2024, indicating that applicants were able to complete the licensure process more quickly. As seen on page 129, CSLB reviewed over 26,000 renewal applications in the last quarter. This is slightly down from the previous quarter, but again, this is typical for the winter season. The next table indicates the annual renewal totals for the last 5 years. Renewals went up overall in 2024 compared to the previous 2 years. Page 132 indicates the number of work CSLB's criminal background unit. In 2024, CSLB received 40,129 records from the Department of Justice. This includes reports from fingerprinting for not only applicants, but home improvement salesperson, registrants, and all officers listed on licensee applications. This is why the numbers are larger than the application numbers. Most of these were clear and had nothing to report. Of those records that provided criminal offender record information report, most of them were for situations like a DUI from long ago that will not prevent them from licensure if they have a record substantive. In 2024, 7 applicants were denied licenses due to their criminal record, and 206 were issued probationary licenses. For an update on reciprocity requests, turn to page 136 in your packet. CSLB received 233 requests from licensees for license history to be sent to another state so they can add a license there. There were a total of 2,283 of these requests in 2024, more than in previous years. I will now turn it over to Carol Bagman, licensing chief for the testing program update.
Thank you, Henry. So good morning. For the testing update, please turn to page 138 in your board packet. CSLB had a record-breaking year with over 55,000 examinations being administered by PSI in calendar year 2024. 74 of those were law and business exams taken at test centers outside of California, and 59 more exams were taken in the Wilsonville, Oregon Test Center. CSLB plans to look into expanding testing for other trades into approved test centers outside of California in late 2025. As indicated on page 140, the exam development unit
released 2 updated exams between November and the end of January, the C28 Lock and Security and C50 Reinforcing Steel exams. 7 additional updated exams are now at PSI for programming, and new releases are scheduled in the next few months. In addition, EDU staff has set between 18 and 22 versions, test versions, each month to PSI for programming. A version is a test form composed of the 100 or 115 scored items and pretest items that the candidates take in the test centers. An updated examination, on the other hand, is a revised item bank that will be used to create those versions for that trade for the next 5 years. Each exam item bank is updated every 5 years on average to match the new codes and trade association standards, update and add new items, and create a new task form. The Spanish exam update begins on page 141. This is part of CSLB's ongoing efforts to reduce language barriers for applicants and licensees, and is part of Licensing Strategic Plan Item 1.1, as mentioned with me back at the beginning of my update. In the last year, between February 2024 and January 2025, over 10,000 Spanish exams were taken by CSLB candidates. The law and business and GD general building are the most often requested. Staff also conducted a survey of Spanish exam candidates that indicated there were concerns about comprehension of some of the terms. As a result, staff began holding exam workshops with Spanish fluent subject matter experts in each trade to review the new Spanish item banks. Staff discovered that the initial translations had been to European Spanish instead of the Latin American Spanish that is most commonly used by CSLB candidates. So all 10 item banks have now been updated to Latin American Spanish, and new versions are being sent to PSI for release. In addition, the SMEs mentioned that oftentimes Spanish-speaking employees work for an English-speaking contractor, and they learn the tools and the materials and equipment names in English. So as a result, staff suggested programming the English or the Spanish exams, so that candidates can toggle and see an English version of a question when they're reading their Spanish exam, so they can see the name of the tools and the equipment and the materials in both languages. This has been added to versions for 5 of our trades so far and is being programmed for the other 5 Spanish item banks. The initial data from the first 5 banks indicates that as a result of these 2 changes, Latin American Spanish and the English toggle options, the pass rates for Spanish exam candidates are increasing, as seen in the table on page 142. That's all I have for licensing and testing. I'll let Henry finish his talk.
Thank you, Carol. Any comments on this item from the board? Public. This concludes the licensing and testing update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nutt. I appreciate you covering for Mr. Dwayne. Great work, great job. Thank you, licensing staff, for the great report. Moving on to public affairs, we have Public Affairs Committee Chair, Ms. Diana Love.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Good morning, everyone. I am Diana Love, Public Affairs Committee Chair. Chief of Public Affairs, Catherine White, will provide the update on the strategic plan before I present the Public Affairs Program update. Catherine?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to take regarding public affairs product and one of the strategic plans. So discuss goal for outreach and build partnerships with building departments, safety, education statements about hiring licensed contractors and students about construction related. Public affairs and designated information officer as one of or in partnership to encourage construction as a possible career field. So far, she has contacted building stages around the state along with women construction groups, see how CSLB can increase its presence and show how CSLB can be a valuable resource if they look into the construction field. The information officer has also developed a presentation outline to share at future events. Presentation will share opportunities for underserved groups, including apprenticeship programs that could be the first step towards someone eventually getting their license. While there's still much work to be done, the foundation of meeting this goal has started, and we're excited to see what CSLB can do to encourage people of all backgrounds to enter. I will now turn the table back to the committee chair, Love, the board, and all.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any board comments? Seeing none, are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I will continue with item number 12, Public Affairs Program Update, and you can find that on page 148. The Public Affairs Office, or as it's called, PAO, is responsible for media, industry, licensee, and consumer communications, as well as outreach. They provide proactive public relations, respond to media inquiries, and develop and distribute publications and newsletters. PAO creates content for CSLB's social media channels and website, including webcasts and videos. After devastating wildfires swept through Southern California in January, many homeowners now face the daunting task of rebuilding their homes and their lives. CSLB's Public Affairs Office has taken action to help protect wildfire survivors from fraudulent contractors and guide them through reputable licensed professionals. This outreach has played a crucial role in ensuring fire survivors can rebuild safely and with confidence. CSLB helps wildfire survivors get the resources they need at disaster recovery centers in Los Angeles, Pasadena, and Altadena. CSLB also staffed a local assistance center in Camarillo in Ventura County after the mountain fire broke out in November of last year. The Disaster Help Center on CSLB's website has updated further following the Palisades and Eden fires and includes a link to CSLB's press release informing homeowners of the precautions they need to take before beginning the rebuilding process and urging them to only hire licensed contractors. This messaging has amplified on all CSLB social media channels. CSLB also maintains a toll-free disaster hotline Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And PAO has produced a new flyer to remind contractors about the safety precautions they need to take while working in disaster areas. In the area of video and digital services, PAO is working on an updated rebuilding after a disaster video following the fires. This is part of PAO's focus on creating informative videos for consumers, licensees, and applicants. Videos include tips for hiring a licensed contractor for various home improvement projects and a new video celebrating Women in Construction Week. The videos are shared on YouTube and other social media platforms and archived on the CSLB's website. PAO has also prioritized translating and producing Spanish language consumer and industry videos. You can see a list of 5 of live and recorded videos starting on page 149. On page 150, you'll see how PAO continues to increase CSLB's following on social media by improving engagement with applicants, licensees, and the news media and other stakeholders. CSLB remains an active presence on Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. The most popular post on Facebook was posted in December and informed consumers about when a contractor is required to have workers' compensation insurance. Posts about CSLB's sting operations also continue to be popular on social media. On page 152, PAO shows an updated subscriber list of nearly 193,000, which includes the licensee information listserv. The subscriber list also receives CSLB's industry bulletins and press releases. Between November 1 and January 31st, CSLB issued press releases related to the implementation of the new laws and sting operations. PAO also responded to 22 media inquiries between November and the end of January. On page 153, you'll see a list of publications and reports CSLB has completed between November and January. Also on page 153, it shows the outreach events CSLB attended between November and January. CSLB outreach events are beginning to pick up in the new year and with new legislators. Also, on page 154, you'll see a list of publications and reports CSLB completed between November and January. They include the 225 edition of the California Contractors License Law and Reference Book, and the updated consumer guide to filing construction complaints, which was among the publications that were updated with the new 1,000 handyman exemption. It was made clear in these publications that a licensed contractor is required for any project requiring a permit for workers, no matter the cost. The Public Affairs Office also writes and publishes content for internal communications. On page 154, you'll see a list of internet articles PAO has produced between November and January, highlighting upcoming meetings, holiday celebrations, and the all-staff town hall that was held on January 16th. On page 155, you'll see that CSLB's Public Information Center maintained wait times under the board goal of 6 minutes for all of 2024. Wait times did increase in January, but much of this is due to a significant increase in calls after the wildfires. CSLB received more than 18,000 calls that month, much higher than the 11,000 to 13,000 usually received. Since this is an informational item, there's no action required of the board. Do any board members have any comments? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to our chair, Tim Martin.
Thank you. Great job. Great work, team, and big picture. So that's going to conclude our business today. There is a couple of housekeeping items I want to make sure I thank. I want to make sure I'm thanking board member Joel Martin, who provided the suggestion of us having this meeting held at the Electrical Training Institute, which is IBW NECA JTC. A lot of apprentices go through this facility, and from what I hear, there's going to be a fairly large graduation today of apprentices. Secondly, I want to make sure I'm thanking Jacob Lopez for the great tour of their facility yesterday of the Western States Carpenters Tour, Orange County. Sorry about that. Orange County local, but I can't remember if it was actually Orange County. But yes, that was a great facility as well. A lot of great open space, a lot of comes to drywall, all the trades have been the carpenters. So appreciate that tour. And with that, I would request a motion and a second to adjourn. Motion by Rodney Cobos, second by everybody. Concluded today's business. Thank you.